Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats.
Returning to page 32, we were on Senate Bill 1462.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, when we last left this movie, I think everyone's finger was on green, and I was asking to please pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1462? Seeing none, question is, shall Senate Bill 1462 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Thank you.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, noes 0. Senate Bill 1462 passes.
Senate Bill 1469, a bill relating to establishing an opioid abatement authority.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Mr. President, I move that we pass the bill. And speaking to the bill,
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, what we have here is a proposal to establish, as stated by the clerk, an opioid abatement authority. An authority is a public body that is created within the Commonwealth of Virginia. What is proposed here is to have this opioid abatement authority in effect be operating to receive funds from various settlements that are anticipated to occur as a result of legal action by attorneys general across the country. That has actually started with an announcement yesterday of a $13.7 million settlement that Virginia reached along with other states, but we get $13.7 million out of a settlement with McKinsey and Company. This is perceived to be a relatively small start to what will be a fairly large amount of money that will be available. What is designed as part of this, was developed under leadership of the Attorney General. What's moving forward is to have this authority be able to try to deal with the opioid issues and other substance abuse issues that are occurring in Virginia, and to try to collectively deal with making steps to reverse a lot of the problems that we've had with the drug issues that we've had across the Commonwealth, in particular over the last 10 to 15 years. What is proposed is to have an 11-member board that would operate and make the decisions as to improve the decisions regarding how the money would be spent that would be brought in. As I said, we'll be getting a first tranche of $13.7 million as a result of a settlement that was just announced yesterday. The structure that is set in place is that 15% of the money would be provided through state agencies to deal with issues, and it could deal with things related to the provision of services. It could deal with prevention issues. It could be to deal with law enforcement issues. And one of the things we've already has had some integration of those types of entities already. 15% to be done locally, 35% to be done on regional projects, and 35% left unrestricted and to be made by the 11-member board. The one thing that we have changed in the bill from the time it was introduced is that on the 11-member board, there were no legislators on that board. There were to be 2 staff people, the staff directors of the House Appropriations Committee and the Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee. What we've done is, with this bill, is to replace those two with two legislators, one delegate and one senator, who would be be appointed through the chairs of the Appropriations and Finance and Appropriations Committees, so that there would be participation. As of right now, those 2 members are designated as non-voting members, but fully participating members, other than casting a vote and there are ongoing discussions on that particular issue. So with that, I would renew my motion that we pass the bill and set something in place that can help us deal with a lot of the problems that we've had as a result of the opioid and related things, from everything from heroin to all kinds of other stuff that have resulted from that.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1469?
Mr. President.
The junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick question for the patron of the bill. You all know I hear the word authority and I automatically have a lot of questions. I appreciate your explaining that we do have elected officials sitting on this authority, which I think is great. My question is, of the money that is spent, is there some type of, what kind of checks and balances that do you have in place for the money that is spent, taxpayer money that's spent? Who is keeping this group accountable on the monies that they spend?
Yes.
Senator has the floor.
Well, the
Senator
monies that
yields.
will be spent are those monies that are come to the state as part of the settlements. And what you have is, with this 11-member board, the design is to be make sure everything is transparent, so that all the projects that would be considered, similar to what we have with Go Virginia and a lot of other different entities, now that we evaluate those projects and get decisions made. There are going to be people from a lot of the local governments in terms of different roles there, from community services board staff to sheriffs to other local elected official and a local elected official. So to have a lot of people from the localities that have been significantly impacted by this, as well as oversight from the Secretary of Health and Human Resources, who will sort of be is the one state official that is designated to be on the board. And with those, that I think we have a process that will be there, and we certainly will, through the Finance and Appropriations Committee in the Senate, will be monitoring this as well as other things.
Thank you.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1469 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 0.
Ayes 36, no 0. Senate Bill 1469 passes.
Senate Bill 1471, a bill relating to alcoholic beverage control, local outdoor refreshment areas.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass and speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
This is a piece of legislation that allows localities to extend an existing licensing fee for outdoor beverage areas that are short-term licenses to a little bit more frequent opportunities for them to have those areas. So it's not a license where they can in perpetuity have a Bourbon Street, as referred to as a Bourbon Street bill, but it does allow them to contract with ABC to have confined areas where they can have outdoor alcoholic beverages and other activities. This is a reflection of what happened during COVID, when we moved things more outside, and we're trying to have some economic stimulus and things that would draw people out but still be safe. And it was so popular that it's been asked to be continued, and that, I hope, explains the bill, Mr. President. I hope everybody will support.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1471? Seeing none, question is, shall Senate Bill 1471 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. Senate Bill 1471 passes.
Returning to page 3. We're starting all over. Senate Bill 1138.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Lott.
Mr. President, I would yield to the senior senator from Richmond City.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill has been thoroughly explained and debated and talked about, and I think everybody already knows how they're going to vote, so I ask that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan, rise?
Just to quickly say, I wish I could support this bill, but I cannot diminish in any way the consequences for a woman who has been intentionally infected. So I won't be able to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1138? Seeing none, question is, shall Senate Bill 1138 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes no.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 17.
Ayes 21, no 17. Senate Bill 1138 passes.
On page 15, Senate Bill 1315.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one, I think, has also been thoroughly explained. There's a little difference of opinion legally between the senator from Hanover and myself that I will not bore you with unless you really want me to, but it's going to be a late night. So I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal, rise?
Mr. President, speaking briefly to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, I thank the senior senator from Richmond. We were able to talk about it. There are a number of items that we agree about in the bill, but the one concern I have is the definition of mental illness. And Mr. President, just 30-second overview. Right now, we have a problem of not guilty, NGIR. So if you go in and you plead, in essence, insanity, the jury can find you not guilty by reason of mental insanity. The court then has the ability to require treatment. What we're doing is setting up a new system that if you have a diagnosis and you've been treated, then you can plead not guilty, and you can be found not guilty because of that diagnosis, and then there is no treatment the court has. You don't lose your firearms rights. And there could be other civil remedies, but there's no remedies through the court supervising you. And so I know the senior senator from Richmond indicates that she's going to work on this, but I think it's a serious enough issue that I'm going to vote no, and hopefully we can come up with a solution by the time it comes back through the House.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise?
Speaking to the bill, Mr.
Senator, has the
President.
floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just say I'm encouraged by the fact that at least the senator from Hanover and the senior senator from Richmond have agreed to work on this bill. I was the patron of a bill that got rolled into hers, and I will just say that we need to consider culpability as a primary factor if, in fact, we're going to make our justice system more true, more fair, and more just. And mental illness at the time a crime is committed is certainly an issue related to culpability. And the U.S. Supreme Court made that point twice, once for juveniles when they removed the death penalty for juveniles, and also when they removed the death penalty for diminished mental capacity. Again, they argued an individual who cannot fully understand or control his or her emotions, understand the consequences of what he or she is doing at the time, must be considered. So I think we're moving in the right direction, and I hope we can support this bill. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1315? Seeing none, the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very briefly, I just remind the body, this bill does not create a defense this bill creates an evidentiary rule that someone could provide evidence of a mental condition that would go to determine whether they have the mental state required for innocence or guilt, and prosecutors and defendants can provide that evidence. With that, I renew my motion.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1315 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes no.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 13.
Ayes 25, noes 13. Senate Bill 1315 passes.
On page 18, Senate Bill 1326.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, of course, deals with collection of local cigarette taxes. And about 9 years ago, it feels like at 9 hours ago, I asked for this to go by temporarily. So now we're getting back to it. And I also said I would make it simple, and I think I have. Mr. President, members of the Senate, I had hoped that we would be able to reach consensus on a uniform system of collection and cigarette stamping throughout the Commonwealth, but we were not able to reach consensus. I think if we'd had a smoke-filled back room to talk about this, we would have been able to do it today. But since we didn't, we don't have consensus, and so I agreed basically to remove all of the language which required participation in the regional boards, and that's the first two amendments, so that's where we're at with that. And then we have an enactment clause in the third amendment which will basically encourage cooperation to consider the regional boards and also set up a task force so that we can work on figuring how to move the cigarette tax stamping collection process into the 21st century. It's very antiquated, and I've already had good conversations today with local government, with VML, VACO, and with the cigarette distribution folks and wholesalers. So I think we can get there next year, and this would just set up the task force. And in the meantime, those localities that want to move forward with levying a tax that haven't previously will be able to do so without the impediment of having to join a regional board. We're just encouraging them to take a look at that and become educated about it, and some of them perhaps will. So I move passage of the floor amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the floor amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are agreed to. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I move the bill be engrossed and passed on to its third reading.
Let's see. I think, is this one already on third read?
No.
Not yet? Okay. Question, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the third constitutional reading be waived and the bill be placed on final passage.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, no 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. The rules are suspended, and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that the bill pass, and just speaking to that, the bill now, the controversy has been taken out of it. It will allow localities to move forward as they choose in levying cigarette tobacco taxes, but we will have a task force that will figure out a better way to do it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1326? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1326 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes no.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 26, noes 12.
Ayes 26, noes 12. Senate Bill 1326 passes.
On page 20, oh, I'm sorry.
Let's go.
1333.
1333.
Senate Bill 1333.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas. I think your mic may not be on, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator.
Okay, Mr. President, first of all, I move that the bill pass.
Senator's the floor.
Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. President, Senate Bill 1333 permits access to botanical cannabis or flowers in the medical cannabis program, and it brings Virginia into alignment with nearly every other state that has a similar program. Even states that initially prohibited flower, like Florida, New York, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia, have since changed course in order to best meet the needs of their patients. The most compelling reason to provide access to botanical cannabis through the medical program is that this is the most efficient and effective form of delivery for many patients, including some patients suffering from PSTD. And so with that explanation, Mr. President, I move again that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1333? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1333 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes no.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 5.
Ayes 32, noes 5. Senate Bill 1333 passes.
Now, Senate Bill 1362.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, Lord help me, and with apologies to the 28 enlightened souls who helped me on the first run, I would ask, having voted on the prevailing side, I would ask that we reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 1362 was engrossed and advanced on to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the bill was ordered engrossed and advanced to its third reading be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I believe there's a floor amendment, and I would waive reading of the floor amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I would move that we agree to the floor amendment and speaking to that motion.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, the floor amendment is pretty straightforward and simple. It strikes out line 25 of the bill, which was the emergency clause, and gets the math down to something I can conceptualize.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, with that, I would move that the bill be engrossed and advanced on to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
And with that, Mr. President, as I indicated, the floor amendment has struck out the emergency clause. The bill's been explained. I would move that the rules be suspended and we dispense with the third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
And with that, Mr. President, I would move that Senate Bill 1362 pass. And just speaking very briefly to that motion, Mr.
Senator,
President.
the floor.
Mr. President, again, the bill was, I think, thoroughly and wonderfully explained in its first attempt at passage, and would ask for the same consideration this time and would move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1362? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1362 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes no.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 11.
Ayes 27, noes 11. Senate Bill 1362 passes.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on second reading, page 34.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills on second reading on the uncontested calendar, that's pages 34 and the top of page 35, Senate bills 1265 through 1444 be advanced to their engrossment and third reading in a block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall all Senate bills on the second reading uncontested calendar, pages 34 through 35, Senate Bill 1265 through Senate Bill 1444, be engrossed and advanced to their third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring to remove a bill from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1265, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute.
Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I've done the best I could to stay quiet today. I move adoption of the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1404, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources. Senate Bill 1444, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with a substitute.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
I move adoption of the substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Question is, shall the Senate bills be engrossed in advance to their third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are engrossed in advance to their third reading. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills now on third reading on the uncontested calendar, that's pages 34 to the top of 35, Senate Bill 1265 through Senate Bill 1444, that the rules be suspended, the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills now on third reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 34 to the top of 35, that's 1265 through Senate Bill 1444, be placed on their final passage in a block. Any senator desiring to move a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 34 through 35, Senate Bill 1265 through Senate Bill 1444, be placed upon their final passage in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1265, Senate Bill 1404, Senate Bill 1444.
Question is, shall the bills in the block pass? All in favor of passage of the bills will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Regular calendar, Senate bills on second reading. Senate Bill 1109, a bill to provide for a statewide and advisory referendum relating to the issuance of state general obligation bonds for school facility modernization.
Senator from
Reported
Franklin.
for the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendments.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we engross and advance Senate Bill 1109 to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1153, a bill relating to elections, absentee voting, ballots to be sorted and counted by precinct. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Good evening, Senator.
I move that the Senate engross and advance Senate Bill 1153 to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, should the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1164, a bill relating to advanced recycling, definitions and considered solid waste management. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1209, relating to liability of contractor for wages of some subcontractors' employees, reported from the Committee on the Judiciary with amendment.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
I move that the bill be engrossed and passed on to third reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, should the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1311, a bill relating to water quality standards, modification of permits and certifications, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
I yield to the senator from Williamsburg.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wish to withdraw the floor amendment, please.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, the floor amendment is withdrawn. Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 1311 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1319, a bill to study waste control and recycling permits, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with the substitute, and there is a floor sub.
The Senior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to the senator from Augusta.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. The senior senator from Chesterfield and I had a conversation about this legislation, and I had drawn a substitute to reduce the number of people that were being referred to or added to a commission or study of waste facilities and waste diversion. My concern was that there were too many people being added to it, and we had a conversation, and instead of entertaining the substitute, we agreed that we would work it out in the process. So I would ask to remove my substitute.
Thank the Senator. Without objection, the floor substitute is withdrawn. The Senior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we agree to the substitute from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. The Senior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
I move that Senate Bill 1319 be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, should the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1354, a bill relating to Chesapeake Bay Phase 3 Watershed Improvement Plan nutrient removal regulations, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendments.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would first move that we adopt the substitute from the Committee on Agriculture.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. Senator. Mr. President, I would now move that we adopt the amendments to the substitute submitted by the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1360, a bill relating to the Virginia Human Rights Act, non-discrimination in employment, sexual harassment, and workplace harassment, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with an amendment, and from the Committee on the Judiciary with amendments.
Mr. President, motion.
Senator from Rockingham, Sarah Obenshain.
Maybe third time's the charm. Mr. President, I move to recommit this bill to the Committee on Courts of Justice. Speaking briefly to the motion,
Senator's floor.
This bill, to the credit of the gentle lady from Richmond, has seen a lot of evolution during the course of the General Assembly session. It's a very complicated area of law. It deals with workplace harassment, and it was subject to substantial surgery all the way through. Even after it came out of the courts committee, there were substantial concerns about the exposure, particularly of small business, to significant liability, and concerns about the diversion, I guess, between the new state law that's being created and the long-established precedent established under Title VII of the federal code. And because of the uncertainty and the belief that this really needs further work, I would respectfully submit that this needs to go back to the Committee on Courts of Justice.
Thank the senator. For purposes, the senior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan, rise.
Speaking to the motion.
Senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. With all due respect to the gentleman from Rockingham. Yeah, sorry, it's late. I disagree that this is a substantial change in law in the following respects. Under the Virginia Values Act last year, we already made, and under our Human Rights Act, workplace harassment and sexual harassment are already illegal under Virginia law and already subject to a cause of action under Virginia law. And the courts and the Attorney General's office, to the extent there are complaints filed there, are going to look to federal case law in determining whether there is liability for workplace and sexual harassment. There is no clear definition in Virginia law of what sexual harassment and workplace harassment are. So what this bill is intended to do was provide that clarity using definitions that are consistent with federal law, have guidelines, and at the request of members of the business community, language around liability that was pulled directly from the black letter federal law, so that there would be clarity under Virginia law as to what would constitute harassment and the factors that would be looked at for liability consistent with federal law. I think this has been looked at by a number of people. This is a process. To the extent there are still concerns, those concerns can be addressed as we move through the process, and so I would oppose the motion.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the motion? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1360 be recommitted to the Committee on the Judiciary? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The bill is recommitted to the Committee on the Judiciary.
8 hands.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1360 be recommitted to the Committee on the Judiciary? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 18.
Ayes 20, noes 18. Senate Bill 1360 is recommitted to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Senate Bill 1374, a bill to establish the Carbon Sequestration Task Force report. Reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with amendment.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, move adoption of the Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources Amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I move the bill be engrossed and advanced on to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1411, a bill relating to the excise tax on peanuts.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1411 be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate bills now on third reading on the regular calendar, pages 35 through 39, that's Senate Bill 1109 through 1411, that the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with, of the titles be dispensed with.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. The rules are suspended, and the reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage.
Senate Bill 1109.
Returning to page 35, Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1109 is a referendum that will go on. It's been amended to the 2022 November general election that will ask the people to vote on this question. Shall the General Assembly be authorized to issue state general obligation bonds in the amount of $3 billion for the purpose of K-12 school building construction, repair, or other capital projects related to the modernization of our school facilities throughout the Commonwealth? Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard me talk about this a lot, the need to modernize our schools, to make sure that we're offering equal educational opportunities through the physical structure to our children, no matter what their zip code is, whether they're in Petersburg or Russell County. And so this gives us an idea of where the public is in voting on this non-binding referendum, that we should make this an obligation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to cost a lot more than $3 billion to fix these schools. But putting together a bond referendum like this and getting $3 billion worth of bonds will certainly help our schools become modernized so all of our children can receive a 21st century education in the public system. Thank you, Mr. President. I renew my motion that SB 1109 pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Gentleman yield for a question.
Will the Senator yield?
Yes, sir, I will yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I'd ask the gentleman, he said the 2022 election?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would answer by saying yes, that was an amendment that was put on in committee, not to move it. It was a friendly amendment. From this coming November's election to the referendum would occur in the 2022 November election, and there's a reenactment clause, I may not have said that as well, that says we come back next year and vote on it again, because this is such a good bill.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the Senator from Bath, Senator Deeds, rise?
Mr. President, to speak to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Not to belabor the point. I know it's very late. I just want to explain my no vote on this in the committee and in just a couple of minutes. This bill does have a reenactment clause. We amended it so that the referendum won't take place until next year, and this General Assembly will have to vote on it again next year. But it's $3 billion toward an $18 billion problem. Even if we could issue all $3 billion, we would still have a $15 billion problem, and we wouldn't have the courage to come up with the money that we need to fix the problem. We have to have a continuing source of revenue to fund school construction. We have to have the gumption to come up with that, and we have to do it soon, I think. The other point is this. Virginia has a debt capacity model that says that our debt service cannot be more than 5% of our revenue. Well, candidly, we are right at 5% right now, and the projections are that we will be over that 5% 3 or 4 of the next 10 years. We can't afford to do this. We can't afford to borrow the money. An advisory referendum does not result in the bonds being issued. It just results in us having to come back and make a decision of whether or not we are going to agree with what the voters have approved.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, the senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak in favor of the measure.
Senator's the floor.
I was on the committee that looked at these things, and for years, I've been voting on budgets that had brand new buildings for our colleges that maybe they need, maybe they don't. You know, it's a digital age, and people can, certainly increase their virtual educational opportunities, and we keep building buildings on colleges. When here's where the need is. I mean, it is a mess out there. We toured schools, and you've heard Senator Stanley describe them, where the water comes through the roof, works its way down to the basement, destroying everything in its path. You look at a city, I believe it was Danville we were in, and they had a budget for a 5 or 6 school system down there that they couldn't even afford to do one roof with that amount of money. We've got to get started. This is a way to get started. This is a positive step. We have got to take this step and get going. We'll figure out, Senator Deeds is right. We have some more serious decisions to make, but this is the first step. Got to do this. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1109? Seeing none, Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Not to speak longer than I should, but just to respond to Senator Bath, I've always thought, and I think we all kind of agree, that the main 3 pillars of government and what we provide to the public come in the form of 1, public safety, 2, our education system, and 3, transportation and infrastructure. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have provided bonds for infrastructure and transportation. I was here when we did that under Governor McDonnell. We have also issued bonds for public safety. We've done that for building prisons, and now it is time to do the one thing of those 3 pillars that we've not done, which is issue bonds to pay for the modernization of our schools. And with that, Mr. President, I now renew my motion that Senate Bill 1109 pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, the senator from Northern Chesapeake, Senator Spruill, rise. Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1109 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
I vote aye for all the children of the world.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 31, noes 7.
Ayes 31, no 7. Senate Bill 1109 passes.
Senate Bill 1153.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate pass Senate Bill 1153.
Senator's the
that
floor.
Motion.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1153 requires that absentee votes be counted by their precinct instead of in a central absentee. This is a particularly important bill to help restore confidence in election results. In 2020, over half of all the ballots cast were cast before Election Day, over 2.8 million such ballots. Reporting each city and county's huge numbers of earlier votes in gigantic central absentee pools instead of counting them by precinct creates electoral mirages on election night. It creates mirages where it looks like one candidate has a commanding, almost insurmountable lead in a county with only one precinct remaining, when the reality is the majority of votes in that county have not been counted yet. That huge central absentee pool then comes in, changes to countywide count, and leads many reasonable people to think something sinister happened, when the reality is that's not the case. By counting absentee votes by precinct, we can restore accuracy of the political action taken by various neighborhoods, and very importantly, we can restore a significant amount of confidence in the Commonwealth's vote counting process. I hope we will pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1153? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1153 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 1.
Ayes 37, noes 1. Senate Bill 1153 passes.
Senate Bill 1164.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass and speak to that.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. There was quite a spirited debate in this bill in committee because there had been quite a lot of information shared from particularly environmental groups that thought that this might not be a good idea. What it does is promote advanced recycling, redefining this type of conversion of plastics in particular back to their raw elements in a way that keeps them out of landfills. So it redefines it, not solid waste management, but rather manufacturing. There's quite a demand for that. We have the technology now to reclaim these waste products, and rather than putting them in landfills, convert them to usable other products through recycling methods. It also includes some definitions of new manufacturing processes that are used to break down these polymers, the types of plastics, and is actually an exciting advancement in our ability to recycle plastics which have not had a good market in the past, and actually economic development opportunities for the Commonwealth. We have companies very much interested in investing in Virginia in this type of technology and manufacturing. Last week, just announced in Tennessee, in Kingsport, was a $250 million investment in similar technology, and we're hoping that that will be expanded in Virginia to recycle rather than fill up the landfills. So I hope it will be the pleasure of the Senate to pass the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise to speak in support of the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I'm going to make this quick. This is a good bill. Very simply, right now there are two ways of disposing of trash. One, you bury it in a landfill, or two, you recycle it. And what we've done under Title 10.1 is landfills are regulated under the code, and we put all solid waste management in landfills. But what Senator Hanger's bill does is it actually pulls out advanced recycling, which is manufacturing a product, and says, rather than treat that as a landfill, let's treat that as a manufacturing facility. It's not exempting it from environmental laws. It's just calling it what it is, which is a manufacturing facility as opposed to a area where you just bury something in the ground. So this is a good bill. It's going to help us attract business to Virginia. And let's face it, we should be encouraging recycling. So I hope we vote it out. Thanks.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1164? Seeing none, question is shall Senate Bill 1164 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 4.
Ayes 34, noes 4. Senate Bill 1164 passes.
Senate Bill 1209.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. Speak to the bill.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, Senate Bill 1209 is a bill that was requested by the construction industry, and it's a follow-on to a bill that Senator Eben carried last year that we enacted that had to do with wage theft. And the second part of that bill did away with a concept called privity, which is to say normally two parties have to be in contract with each other or they have to be connected with each other by contract before you can enforce certain laws. In this case, it would be the Fair Labor Standards Act and the minimum wage and other labor laws. What we did was we made the general contractor liable for effectively all of the employees who are working at the job site. The problem is it obviously puts them in a little bit of a no man's land in terms of how they protect themselves and make sure that they're not liable themselves. So after they pay the subcontractor, they don't have to pay twice by paying his employees separately. So basically what we did, this bill was watered down in committee. And what we simply said is if they get a written certification from the subcontractors under oath that their employees have been paid pursuant to law, that would be evidence that they could use to show that they fulfilled their requisites under the statute. So this bill is supported by a long list of people, including general contractors, associated builders, home builders, various regional chambers of commerce. It was opposed by a few senators who I'm going to refer to as the Fab Four. Unlikely combination, but it is what it is. But I hope that we will pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1209? Seeing none, question is shall Senate Bill 1209 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote? Senator Norman?
Senator Norman votes no.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 13.
Ayes 24, noes 13. Senate Bill 1209 passes.
Senate Bill 1311, a bill relating to water quality standards, modification of permits and certifications.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass, and speaking of that bill.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is quite different, or not as long, or doesn't do as much as the original version does, and no longer deals with modifications to water quality permits. But this substitute will ensure that DEQ will make a fully informed decision and be able to protect Virginia's authority over its water quality by requiring a detailed erosion and sediment control plan to be approved by DEQ before Virginia certifies a new project under the Clean Water Act. And the bill requires compliance with the Clean Water Act deadlines to ensure the Commonwealth does not relinquish its authority over water quality to a federal agency. Move that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1311? Seeing none, question is shall Senate Bill 1311 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes no.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 17.
Ayes 20, no 17. Senate Bill 1311 passes.
Senate Bill 1319, a bill to study waste control and recycling permits.
Senior Senator from Chesterfield, Senator Hashmi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we pass SB 1319 and speaking to that motion.
Senator, is the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. SB 1319 is building upon the good work that the senator from Augusta had offered to us in the last session in 2020, which in his previous legislation, it directed or it requested the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality to establish a waste diversion and recycling task force. SB 1319 is now asking that this task force study the ways that we may be able to divert food residuals, organic waste, and baseline recyclables and keep them out of our landfill. And it is hoping that by examining this in great detail, we can ensure that our landfills are better serving the Commonwealth. And I appreciate the senator from Augusta's willingness to work as we continue to refine the language of the membership of the task force. I do want to also add that with this substitute, we had removed the language that asked for a moratorium on new landfills. So this bill focuses specifically just on the task force and its responsibilities. And with that, I ask that we pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1319? Seeing none, question is, shall Senate Bill 1319 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes no.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 16.
Ayes 22, no 16. Senate Bill 1319 passes.
Senate Bill 1354.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass, and I'd like to speak to that.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. Just briefly, I described this bill in the Finance Committee when we reported it yesterday as just a major accomplishment of people working together to come up with a proposed solution to a large problem, and it's very significant, and I'm just proud to have my name on it because the credit goes to a lot of reasonable people who gathered around the table over the last, actually, couple months, really. They've worked on this to try to come up with, and they did finally come to agreements which I think are going to benefit us all in achieving nutrient reduction statewide, in particular for the Chesapeake Bay, with some focus on upgrades in the James River. There is a cost associated with it, Mr. President. Over time, over the next 5 years, it will cost approximately $800 million. Of that, roughly $500 million will come from local governments and wastewater treatment authorities and facilities from ratepayers. The other roughly 35%, or $300 million, will come from investments from the state, just as we did about 16, 17 years ago when we did our first round of major upgrades for point source pollution. The good news is the last year the action we took in our capital budget, we have $50 million already allocated roughly for this purpose, so I hope it will be the pleasure of the Senate to pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1354? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1354 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. Senate Bill 1354 passes.
Senate Bill 1374.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, move the bill pass. And speaking of that motion,
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, Senate Bill 1374 has garnered a great deal of support, and it simply establishes a carbon sequestration task force. It organizes the task force under the auspices of the Secretary of Natural Resources and the Secretary of Agriculture. And in paragraph B, it sets forth the membership of the task force, which includes the Farm Bureau, the Agribusiness Council, the Virginia State Forester, Virginia Forestry folks, as Chesapeake Bay Foundation and Nature Conservancy. And then it is paragraph C, it is tasked with considering possible methods of increasing carbon sequestration within the natural environment. We spend a lot of time talking about emissions, but there's a lot of carbon out there that's in the air that we need to try and sequester and capture, and that's what this is all about. So it's going to look at practices that we can encourage and increase and set benchmarks for carbon sequestration. And again, it's garnered a great deal of support, and as you can see by the committee vote, got out of the committee with a fairly robust vote, one abstention, put it on the regular calendar. And I would say to my good friend, the gentleman from King George, move the bill pass, Mr.
President. Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1374? Seeing none, question is, shall Senate Bill 1374 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 0.
Ayes 38, noes 0. Senate Bill 1374 passes.
Senate Bill 1411.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the Senate Bill 1411 pass and speaking to that motion.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, 1411 is excise tax collections, and they're used to fund the Virginia Peanut Growers Association and its program supporting research, education, and promotions to increase consumption of Virginia peanuts.
Thank the senator.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Bill 1411? Seeing none, question is, shall Senate Bill 1411 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes no.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 3.
Ayes 35, noes 3. Senate Bill 1411 passes.
Uncontested calendar, Senate Joint Resolution on second reading. Senate Joint Resolution 275, proposing amendments to Section 1 and Section 2 of Article 8 of the Constitution of Virginia relating to public schools of the Commonwealth, equal educational opportunities. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with amendments.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that SJR 275 be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the resolution be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we suspend the rules and waive the third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The rules are suspended, and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that SJR 275 be agreed to, and speaking to that motion.
Senator, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the body, SJR 275 is the constitutional amendment with regard to our public schools. As everyone knows, in Article 8, Section 1, under education in our Constitution, we guarantee a free public education in the primary and secondary schools to all students and all children who are school age through the Commonwealth of Virginia. It also says in there that we seek to ensure that an educational program of high quality is established and continually maintained. What this bill attempts to do, and it's the first year that we're considering it, so we'll have to do it again next year, is that we add to the first paragraph of Section 1, Article 8, that the General Assembly shall provide for a system of free public elementary and secondary schools with equitable educational opportunities for all children. Lower in the third paragraph, we repeat that language in the Constitution as proposed, that we shall ensure that all children of school age are provided with an equitable educational opportunities. Mr. President, what that means is that we endeavor, because we provide a free public education throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia, that we endeavor that those children that are receiving that education, that type of education in Northern Virginia, also in the less affluent areas like Petersburg and Chesapeake or Russell County or Patrick County, that we're getting the same education, so that when those children, regardless of their zip code, wherever they went and whatever public school they attended, when they get out of school, they've had the same educational opportunities, and so the diplomas mean the same. And that is to say, so what we have to make sure is that when we have these children getting out of high school, that the workforce pipeline that we're building provides the same type of quality education to that child, regardless of their zip code. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very important because it is most important that our children receive the same type of education, so the outcomes and the opportunities that they have as they move on in life will be great for them, but even more importantly, that these will be the 21st century workforce people who will bring businesses here, keep businesses here, start businesses here, and grow businesses here. So based on that explanation, Mr. President, I renew my motion that SJR 275 be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does the Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell, rise?
Will the gentleman from Franklin County yield for question?
Will Senator yield?
I will.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
Could you tell the body whether or not this amendment will help to close the vast chasm between the haves and the have-nots in the Commonwealth?
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the gentleman for that question because, often I do think of what kind of chasm has been created in our educational system. Whether there is a chasm that exists in the junior center from the city of Richmond's area, or a chasm in rural Virginia, or in the inner city. Does there exist a chasm? Yes, there does. And this bill seeks to fix and close that chasm.
Thank the gentleman. Glad we have no more chasms in this Commonwealth.
That's outstanding. For what purpose does the Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise?
Mr. President, will the senator from Franklin yield for a question?
Will Senator yield?
Yes, Mr. President, I'll yield.
Senator yields.
Mr. President, my understanding is this constitutional issue was raised, I guess, in a case against Pulaski schools, I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken. And the Supreme Court ruled that they were not required to provide equal opportunity in terms of structure because of the language in 921 that's in existing law, which says, throughout I'll read the old language. The General Assembly shall provide for a system of free public elementary and secondary schools for all children of school age throughout the Commonwealth, and shall seek to ensure that an educational program of high quality is established and continually maintained. And it's my understanding, from what I've read over the years, that the language shall seek to ensure doesn't guarantee that's going to happen. It gives the wiggle room for the General Assembly to come up with the money. The General Assembly is supposed to seek to ensure, but this doesn't guarantee that the buildings are going to be the same. And how does your language, which is new language that says, the General Assembly shall provide for a system of free public elementary and secondary schools with equitable educational opportunities for all children. And then down, that's on line 20. And then down on line 28, 27, your new language, the General Assembly shall determine the manner in which funds are to be provided for the costs of maintaining an educational program meeting the prescribed standards of quality, and this is new language, shall ensure that all children of school age are provided with equal educational opportunities. That's the new language. And shall provide for the apportionment of the cost of such programs between the Commonwealth and the local schools, et cetera. How does this guarantee that the educational, I assume you're talking about buildings, that they're going to be equal in an equitable sort of way, that is to say that there's going to be adequate funding, because in view of the fact that the Supreme Court in an earlier case said, shall seek to ensure, meaning there's no guarantee it's going to happen. How does your constitutional amendment improve upon the existing law of the Supreme Court of Virginia?
Senator Howe. Senator's the floor.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President.
Not
Thank you.
Senator Howe.
I did know that the question had yet ended.
No.
Mr. President, I would answer.
Shall I repeat it?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Senator, can you repeat the question?
I understand. Are you familiar with the, I think it's the Pulaski County School?
No. I got it.
Senator has it. Senator has it.
There's just a big chasm between the start and the finish of it.
Chasm or chasm? Which is it?
Mr. President, that's a very good question, and he cites the Supreme Court case where Pulaski County sued many, many years ago. And what the court found is that the shall seek to ensure that an educational program is of high quality, is established and continually maintained, is aspirational. So, I shall seek to become a 6-foot-tall guy. That's not going to happen, but I can also seek as long as I want to achieve that goal. It's the same way that the Supreme Court found that did not put any burden or a legal obligation upon the General Assembly or the Commonwealth of Virginia with regard to that. So what this amendment really does, because leaving in the shall seek to provide, because there are two different things. That is a high-quality educational program. What this also then guarantees is that each child who is in the system of free public elementary or secondary school system will be provided with equitable educational opportunities. And those educational opportunities are different than seeking to establish a high-quality education. So in that way, this is different to make sure that what we're doing is we're balancing everything out. We're bringing all students up in the same way that we always say a rising tide floats all boats. We want to bring everything up. In Northern Virginia and more affluent areas, you don't have to do that much to get there. In our inner cities and our rural areas, we can do more to bring it up so that they're receiving the same education in Petersburg and Danville and the rural areas of Southwest and Southside Virginia as we are in the more affluent areas, and that they have equitable educational opportunities across the board. So that what we're doing is we're producing students that will be of high quality in the 21st century workforce. And I would close by saying this, Mr. President. Being a creature of the Supreme Court and its rulings in Brown v. Board of Education 1 and 2, the Supreme Court found that discrimination could be found in the differences and the differences between the physical plants. That is to say, where a student received one type of education and another student received another type of education based on race. And that is equally as true when it comes to the physical plants in these school buildings that we have. The school buildings in a lot of these areas, inner city and rural areas, have been built before World War II. they're crumbling. They need to be replaced. And replacing them will provide each student, no matter what their zip code is, with an equitable educational opportunity that is also of the high quality that the Constitution speaks of.
Mr. President, would the gentleman yield for a moment?
Will the senator yield?
If he's asking me just to sit down, sure, I'll sit down.
It's just a point of parliamentary inquiry to the Madam Clerk. My calendar is a little bit blurred. Can you tell the body how this vote came out of privileges and elections? Because there's a whole lot of talk about boats and chasms and Supreme Court cases. But what was the vote out of P&E, Madam Clerk?
10-0.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. 15-0.
That's what I thought.
No, I'm sorry. I'm totally confused by the chasm. 10 ayes, 0 noes, 5 abstentions. I'm on the wrong bill.
No.
SJR 275.
Madam Clerk, could it be 15-0?
I was
My
on the wrong bill.
vision has gotten better.
And for that, I now renew my motion that SJR 275 pass. Listen, I haven't been as long as Surivel today, okay?
For what purpose does the senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to ask a question of the patron and ask him to yield to a question.
Senator yield.
Mr. President, I'd respond to the gentleman by saying, you understand there's 37 other people that want me to shut up, but I'll yield.
Senator
Only
yields to the
36,
floor.
though.
Okay. Okay.
But yes, Senator Stanley, question is that if you're talking about with equal educational opportunities, how do you equalize that across the system? And my daughter, for example, went to a high school in Senator from Eastern Fairfax's district, the one he was talking about the other day. That school had some low-performing students. Overall, it had the worst test scores in the county, but it also had an outstanding international baccalaureate program there. If you had equal educational opportunities required, does that mean that if there is such a program as the International Baccalaureate Program, you have to stop it because otherwise you would have to provide it at every other school in the Commonwealth?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I thank the gentleman for the question, and we had an excellent exchange there in Privileges and Elections with the senior senator from Richmond, who was very careful in telling me the differences between equal. Now this bill has been amended now to change it from equal to equitable, understanding that some things don't need to be brought down to another level, but that we need to help in bringing other things up to that level, which may require more effort, more things to get something up, but not bring things down. This bill does not intend, nor will it ever intend, to have something that is providing a high quality education have to come down to the level so that they're equitable. What we're trying to do is make sure that the obligation of this General Assembly is to raise the level of the education that might be less than the higher quality one that you speak of. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President.
Senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker.
Just quickly, I'm not going to ask another question, but it seems to me that whether it's equal or equitable, that there is certainly the possibility that there would be challenges to the systems that are providing more extensive programs than the systems that are not.
Mr. President, I'd answer the gentleman by saying absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I'll defend that for free. You don't have to charge. But we also have to understand that, look, all constitutional amendments, all articles of every constitution are subject to scrutiny by the courts. The question here becomes a simple one. Are we going to make sure that every child, regardless of their zip code, receives the highest educational opportunity possible? And we also understand that opportunities and outcomes are different as well. Are the opportunities equitable? The outcomes may be different, but the opportunities are equitable, because otherwise we aspire to provide them with a high quality education. We do nothing more. We need to do something more. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke, Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Without asking any more questions, I appreciate what the senator's trying to do, and I think we all want to make sure we have adequate schools. But hate to be a cynic, but unless we come up with the money the language itself is not going to do any good. The language itself just simply provides it's aspirational, that the Commonwealth should provide equitable educational opportunities for all children. I think we all want that. But until we come up with the money, it's not going to be self-executing. So with that caveat, I intend to vote for it, Mr. President, but I hope it does some good, but we'll just have to wait and see. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Love it. Do any other senators have nowhere else to be tonight?
Mr. President, Mr. President,
Senator from Lynchburg,
I
Senator
would
Peake.
respectfully request of this body that if you intend to vote for a bill, let's don't talk about it for 40 minutes before you vote yes on the bill. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 275 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Chase votes aye. Chase will have no chasm.
Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman mercifully votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 1, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 34, noes 1, Rule 36-1. Senate Joint Resolution 275 is agreed to.
Regular calendar, Senate Joint Resolutions on second reading. Senate Joint Resolution 270, proposing the repeal of Section 15-A of Article 1 of the Constitution of Virginia relating to marriage. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with a substitute.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. Committee substitute is rejected. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close. Oh, we have 2 more.
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes no.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 19.
Ayes 19, noes 19. The chair votes aye. The Senate adopts the committee substitute. Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I move that we engross and advance the resolution to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the resolution be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Joint Resolution 271, proposing an amendment to Section 1 of Article 5 of the Constitution of Virginia relating to executive power, governor's term of office. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
I move the resolution be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the resolution be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Joint Resolution 272, proposing an amendment to Section 1 of Article 2 of the Constitution of Virginia relating to qualification of voters and the right to vote. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we waive reading of the only floor substitute I've done today.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the floor substitute. Speaking to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, the original resolution that emerged from the Privileges and Elections Committee had to do with the person's fundamental right to vote, and that's pretty much what this is with 2 footnotes. First of all, this proposed floor sub says that every Virginian will have the fundamental right to vote, and that right shall not be abridged, except that no person shall be entitled to vote during any period of imprisonment, which means that you have a fundamental right to vote once you're out of prison. But if you're in prison, you do not. The other thing that it does is it modifies the current constitutional restriction on people voting if they're mentally incompetent, which says you can't vote unless your competency has been established. This little language that it would add to the Constitution says that in order to not vote, a judge would have to make a specific finding that you lack the capacity to understand the act of voting, which I think is a more accommodating practice for those in our disabled and intellectually disabled community. And that's pretty much what the difference is between the original bill and the floor sub. I would ask that we adopt it.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I would ask if the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax would yield for a question or two.
Will Senator yield?
I'll yield for a question or two.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
Mr. President, thank you, gentlemen. And I also thank you for the changes to the original. I would ask, is somebody who is released from prison but still is subject to obligations like obligations of restitution that are unfulfilled, are they able to vote under this?
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would say that my reading of that would be yes. So I think my reading of it is that the only time you cannot vote is while you're actually in prison.
Further question.
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
And perhaps his explanation answered this, but how about somebody who is found not guilty by reason of insanity, who is institutionalized?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, what I would say is that I'm pretty sure that, again, unless a court makes a specific finding they lack the capacity to understand the act of voting, then they would be able to vote. So a judge would have to make that specific finding for them to be disqualified.
Mr. President, third question.
Senator Yield.
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
We have some particularly despicable folks who are in and involved in our correction system, sexually violent predators. And after certain of the sexually violent predators have completed their term of incarceration, their imprisonment, they may be committed because of the substantial danger that they pose to the community. Am I correct in reading this that even though a sexually violent predator has been committed, they're not imprisoned and consequently can vote under this?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, what I would say is I'm impressed by the gentleman's creativity, and that I think he's probably correct about that, but I think it would be up to a judge as to whether or not the civil commitment that takes place after somebody's released from prison constitutes imprisonment for purposes of the amendment. But I believe the way the courts interpret that today is it's a civil commitment and it's not actual imprisonment. So my suspicion is that you would probably be right in front of a judge, but I think there's a little bit of ambiguity there.
Mr. President, I thank the gentleman for answering the questions and for his candor.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose does Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal, rise?
Would the Senator from Eastern Fairfax yield for a question? Senator
Yield.
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I was trying to catch up and see some definitional items, but is imprisonment defined in the Constitution elsewhere?
Senator's the floor.
Off the top of my head, not that I'm aware of, but if you gave me 30 seconds, I could do a search and answer that.
Mr. President, I'd ask the gentleman an additional question.
Senator Yield?
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I'm sure gentleman's aware we have jails and we have prisons. So if somebody was convicted of a felony, but they were actually in jail, not in a prison, would they be allowed to vote from jail since they're not imprisoned?
Senator's the floor.
You know, Mr. President, that's also a good question because even though they are convicted of a felony and sentenced to imprisonment, they are sometimes left in the jail if their sentence is not of a certain length. And that's why we have all these state-responsible prisoners imprisoned in our jail. So I think that's also an ambiguity that a court would probably have to resolve, or probably the Attorney General, in an Attorney General's opinion, would give guidance to the registrar. So,
Mr. President, gentleman, yield for additional question.
Senator Yield?
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, right now, for a multitude of offenses, courts are being more creative and using home incarceration or electronic monitoring. Is an electronic monitoring where the person is restricted to their residence considered imprisonment, and would they be allowed to vote?
Senator's the floor.
I think the answer to that would probably be the same as the answer to my last question. So, you know, as with many constitutional provisions, there's courts that have to figure these things out, but it would seem to me that if your liberty is restricted because of the conviction of a felony and you were sentenced to a term of imprisonment, that would constitute imprisonment under this, but I'm sure there were other lawyers that would try and argue it differently, so that would be my expectation.
Mr. President, one final question.
Senator Yield?
I'll yield.
Senator Yield, you have the
Mr.
floor.
President, what the gentleman just said, is the court going to interpret this as restricted liberty, which if most sentences included a period of suspended incarceration where you're required to be on probation? Is that going to be considered imprisonment because you are restricted, could even be restricted to a geographical area?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, you know, again, all this a judge is going to have to decide all of this, but the way, at least my understanding of what the language was, you have to be basically locked up. And I think if your liberty is restricted to your house on home incarceration, to me that's probably a degree of imprisonment that would qualify, but being able to roam around the state with an ankle bracelet is probably not. But I'm not the judge, I'm just the one offering the language. So, you know, I think a lot of that would be fleshed out.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the floor substitute? Seeing none, the question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that SJR 272 be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the resolution be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Joint Resolution 289, proposing an amendment to Section 9 of Article 7 of the Constitution of Virginia relating to local government, sale of property, authority to grant perpetual easements to units of government. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to engross and advance the joint resolutions to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the resolution be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Joint Resolution 290, proposing an amendment to Section 5 of Article 4 of the Constitution of Virginia, and proposing an amendment to the Constitution of Virginia by adding in Article 4 a section numbered 5-A relating to Legislative Compensation Commission. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections, and there are two floor amendments.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive the reading of the floor amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendments is waived. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the adoption of the floor amendments.
Senator, the floor.
Speaking to the motion, Mr. President, this is at the suggestion of the senior senator from Chesapeake, identifying that, as currently written, it would solely rely on the General Assembly to make appointments and to make it much more of a independent process involving the governor's appointments as well. I think it's a good suggestion to add. That way there are sort of both governor's appointees on the commission as well as the General Assembly, and would so move the amendments.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendments are adopted. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move that the resolution be engrossed in advance to its third read.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the resolution be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Joint Resolution 310, we have a floor amendment, so we need to go by temporarily while it's copied. Senate Joint Resolution 322, requesting the Secretary of Administration to oversee and develop a charter and directives for the State Board of Elections to form a working group to study implementation of electronic return of voted military overseas ballots report. Reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff.
Mr. President, I request we engross in advance to the third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the resolution be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading.
Memorial resolutions. Senate Joint Resolution 393, celebrating the life of the Honorable Robert S. Bloxham, Sr.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, I move the resolution passed. And speaking to the resolution.
Senator's the floor.
Speaking to the motion, Mr. President. Mr. President, I know the hour is late, and that's unfortunate because there's a lot to say about Robert Bloxham. Many of you were able to serve with him or came to know him in one capacity or another. But as I said the other day, he was the quintessential Virginian and the quintessential citizen legislator. He is obviously very well thought of back on the Eastern Shore of Virginia, where he had a long career of public and community involvement before he ran for elected office in the late 1970s, and he served in the Virginia House of Delegates for 25 years. Truly was the salt of the earth, a man of great faith, very active in his church, and he lived that faith every day in everything that he did. He was about solving problems and not really very good at politics, frankly. But he was all about making his community a better place and solving problems. I remember one time we were talking about a longtime Democratic political activist who had moved to Salisbury, Maryland, and ran for the House of Delegates as a Republican. And I was questioning Bob about how that could happen, and Bob looked at me and said, "Really, what difference does it make what they call it?" And that just attests to his dedication to service and solving problems more so than the political piece of it. But he was very instrumental in the founding and the development of the Eastern Shore Community College. He was all the way back into his days at the University of Richmond, where he was president, I think, of the student body there, and built a successful business. Leaves behind a wonderful family. Not only Rob, who serves in the House of Delegates, but his grandchildren as well have both gone on to do great things. One granddaughter attended Princeton and then graduated from University of Virginia School of Law, has got a business degree at the same time, so very accomplished kids. But again, Mr. President, truly an honor to have known this man, and he leaves behind a great legacy, and it's something to which we should all aspire. So again, renew my motion that the resolution pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Joint Resolution 393? Seeing none, the resolution will be agreed to in the usual manner. All those in favor of agreeing to the memorial resolution will please rise. The resolution is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 310, reported from the Committee on Privileges and Elections with an amendment, and there is a floor amendment.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I'm going to ask that they, with the recommendation that they reject the committee amendment, I would move that they accept the committee amendment.
Thank the senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee amendment is rejected. The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, now I would ask that they accept the floor amendment, and essentially what this is all about.
Sorry to interrupt. Senator, want to waive the reading for me?
Yeah, I'd waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
The reading probably be shorter than my explanation, but when it came out of committee, what I've done is, since we've never had an odd year session that's lasted 30 days, I've got a constitutional amendment in to make it permanently 46 days. That's the odd year session. But when the amendment got drafted, unfortunately, where I meant to say that 46-day session could be extended 14 days, they had it applying also to our normal 60-day session. So what this does is it puts it on the right track. The 46-day session could be extended 14 days. And with that, I would move we adopt the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
I would move that Senate Bill 310 as amended be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the resolution be engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is engrossed in advance to its third constitutional reading.
Regular calendar, Senate joint resolutions now on third reading.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Mr. President, I move that all Senate joint resolutions now on third reading on the regular calendar, pages 40 through 43, that's SJR 270 through 322, that the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading of the titles be waived.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the Senate joint resolutions be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, no 0.
Ayes 37, no 0. The reading of the titles is waived. The Senate joint resolutions are now before the Senate on final passage.
Senate Joint Resolution 270.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the resolution pass. And speaking to that resolution,
Senators, the floor.
What this resolution does is it repeals the constitutional amendment that was passed in 2006 denying loving gay couples the right to marry in Virginia and further forbidding any legal status for relationships of unmarried individuals that intended to approximate the designs, quality, significance, or effects of marriage. And further, we put in our Constitution that we would not recognize other unions, partnerships, or legal status to which is assigned the rights, benefits, obligations, qualities, or effects of marriage. By doing so, we did what former Supreme Court Justice Kennedy said. He said, a state cannot so deem a class of persons a stranger to its laws. So we forbid the loving gay and lesbian couples from the right to enter into a marriage in Virginia. And here it is now, more than 6 years since the Supreme Court refused to hear an appeal of the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals case of Bostick versus Schaefer, which gave Virginians the right to marry regardless of their gender. So we have a rare chance for a do-over when we got it wrong with our miscegenation laws. And the case of Loving versus Virginia, we made that correction within a year when we corrected the Code of Virginia. And here we are 6 years later, and we have a chance to make our Constitution accurate in terms of the operative laws of this country and this Commonwealth. So with that, I renew my motion that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak to the measure.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, last year when we passed the Virginia Values Act, I spoke as a mom of a daughter who is gay. And it was incredibly meaningful to her, but also to so many other families who reached out to me through email, through phone calls to say thank you for speaking for our families. This is another one of those moments. You know, not only do people want to have the affirmative right that is recognized to be able to live their lives with love in the way that they choose. But the moms and the dads still want to walk their daughters down the aisle, and they want to know that it's something that is respected in their home state. And this is a moment in history for us to right a wrong, to accept that love matters to everybody who lives here. And I hope that it is the pleasure of this entire body to support this measure, to speak out and to say that we know that everybody counts and that everybody should be respected and that all families can look different, but they still are important to one another. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Northern Chesapeake? Senator Spruill rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question to the patient.
Senator Yield.
I yield.
Yes. Senator Yield, you have the floor.
I'm going to abstain, but the question is, how many other states have put this into the Constitution?
Well,
Senator's the floor.
I would say that many states forbid gay people from marrying in their constitution. I don't know the exact number of that. The first state to repeal, I believe, was Nevada, which did what I propose today, which is to remove the language forbidding same-gender marriage and replace it with language that affirms the right of a couple to be married regardless of gender.
Second question, Mr. Chairman.
Further question, Senator Yield.
Now, are you aware that there's only one state that we are looking at as far as putting in the Constitution? There's only one state that we know of.
As I said, there's only been one state that's repealed the marriage forbidding gay marriage, and that's Nevada. And they did do it in a similar manner to what I proposed today.
Further question, Mr. President.
I yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Could you have accomplished what you want without putting in the Constitution?
Could the gentleman repeat the question?
You have accomplished what you wanted to do as far as same-sex marriage, which is fine, but to have to put in the Constitution, could you have accomplished the same thing without the amendment? Could you have accomplished the same thing that you want to do without putting the amendment that we just approved?
I would say
the floor.
No, we would not have an affirmative right to marry without changing the Constitution. We changed it in the code last year, but the Constitution specifically forbids same-gender marriage now. So could the gentleman just clarify what he's asking?
I was trying to get at, talk with others. They were saying that the substitute that you just approved, that you could accomplish the same thing as far as striking something out of what we have, that's striking a part of it out without putting a substitute that was approved. That could you have accomplished the same thing?
There's a floor.
I think what he's asking is, could we have same-gender marriage without an affirmative right to marriage? And the answer is you could have same-gender marriage, but you would not have an affirmative right for straight couples or gay couples to be married without that. It's perhaps a difference of opinion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 27...
Senator Norman.
Oh, sorry, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Nobody really is going to want to hear what I have to say on this, but I'm going to say it anyway because we always do it. Mr. President, I recognize that times change. Let me say this with all due respect to those who have spoken. I'm speaking on a more global sense that just had an epiphany. I recognize that times change. I recognize that Virginia has changed. And I recognize that there is a new cadre of legislators who have different perspectives on what the policies of the Commonwealth should be. There's certainly some laudable aspirations that are passionately being advanced here today. I really wish, in retrospect, that more members of this body had known Chuck Colgan, the late Chuck Colgan. And one of the things that Senator Colgan would always stand up on a constitutional amendment and remind us of how many times we had tried to change the Constitution and put it in a chronological context. I was just looking at the calendar today. We have 7 constitutional amendments being proposed this year. 7. And I realize that some of them are laudable and some need to be done, but this really is just bordering on absurdity without really getting into the substantive provisions of this. And I just hope that we will give some thought to it. There are those in the legislative body in both houses now that they want what they want and they want it now. And it's one thing to pass legislation. It is a totally different situation when you start embedding 7 new provisions in a constitution at one fell swoop.
Mr. President.
The junior senator from Chesterfield, Senator Chase.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak against this constitutional amendment.
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, while I respect we all have different personal feelings about marriage and unions and those types of things, I too agree with the senator from James City County on this issue. My understanding is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that gay couples can already get married in Virginia. I don't understand why we need a constitutional amendment for that. I personally believe that marriage is between a man and a woman. If other people choose differently, that's their choice, but I do not believe that this should be a constitutional amendment. And we are setting to the point of the senator from James City County, constitutional amendments should be reserved and not used as frequently as we're using them. This is, I think, a big mistake. And I'm going to stand for traditional values in Virginia, and I respect those who make other choices, but I have to take a stand for Virginians, and I'm voting against this bill. Thank you.
For what purpose is the senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe, rise?
I rise to speak to the amendment.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you. Several years ago, we passed a constitutional amendment prohibiting same-sex marriage. We have to correct that horrible, disgusting mistake that was made several years ago. Had that not been in our history, perhaps the arguments that we'd have too many constitutional amendments and other arguments might make sense. But this now is the moment for us to correct the mistake that was made several years ago. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Joint Resolution 270? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 270 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes no.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 24, noes 12.
Ayes 24, noes 12. Senate Joint Resolution 270 is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 271.
Senator from Alexandria, Senator Evan.
Yes, Mr. President. And in response to the discussion before about too many constitutional amendments, if you agree that the governor should be able to serve 2 consecutive terms, then there's no other way to accomplish that but changing the Constitution. I think we all know Virginia is a bit of an oddity, being the only state without a two-term governor. And I would just propose some important reasons why we should have a two-term governor. One is for continuity. It allows stability and continuity among cabinets and other agencies. By the time a governor appoints a whole team, they're already into their first year as governor, sometimes almost a quarter into their term. Accountability. Once elected, governors should remain accountable to the people. We should hire governors who are doing a good job and who keep their promises and dismiss those who are not after 4 years. There should be a public opportunity to require our chief executive to answer questions about their office's successes and failures and goals for the future. We know that the Virginia government employs more people than many Fortune 500 companies, but we would never expect a Microsoft or a Disney to fire their CEO every 4 years without a performance evaluation. Further, in terms of budgets, a governor submits a budget, and then when they first, or I should say an incoming governor comes into a budget that was proposed by their predecessor and only has to live with one budget that they prepared themselves. For 26 years, we've been the only state to prohibit a governor from serving consecutive terms. And I think it's time that we move into the 21st century here. And I renew my motion that the resolution pass.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Joint Resolution 271?
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Will the senator from Alexandria yield for a question?
Senator yield.
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank the senator. It was interesting to hear the discussion that we need to have consecutive terms for the same governor so we can have continuity in the cabinet. I would ask the senator from Alexandria, how long has the current Secretary of Finance been in that role?
Senator's the floor.
While the current Secretary of Finance and perhaps even other appointees who happen to have served more than one term have been there, I would say that's the exception rather than the rule.
Mr. President?
Senator's the floor. Further question?
Yes, I'd ask the senator if he'd yield for another question.
Senator yield.
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yield.
The Secretary of Finance has served over the last two governors, and they've both been Democratic governors. Yes, he was previously Secretary of Transportation. I would ask this, but they were of the same party. I would ask the senator from Alexandria, the Secretary of Health that we had for some time, who was appointed by Governor McDonnell, did he leave when Governor McDonnell left the office?
Senator's the floor.
I would tell the gentleman that there are a myriad of appointed officials, whether they're agency heads, directors, commissioners, or secretaries, and that I'm sure he could point to at least one more who served under more than one governor. The point is that when you have a high-functioning organization with as many employees and as complicated a governance as Virginia, that if you're on the right track, if the people, the governed, believe they're on the right track and choose to reelect the chief executive, that it can provide for certain efficiencies in governance.
Further question?
Speak to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we know that cabinet secretaries can continue regardless, even if there's party changes, even if there's someone as different as Governor McDonnell and Governor McAuliffe, they might keep the same secretary. I don't think that there's any necessity there in continuity. I'll admit to actually reading a column that the senator from James City would never acknowledge, but there was a great column by the columnist for the Richmond Times-Dispatch who pointed out a Secretary of Finance who served under several administrations who recently passed away. And those were several governors of different parties. I do not think that there's any evidence that folks get dismissed simply because there's a change in the governor. The governor himself has immense power. And I don't know why anyone in the Commonwealth, especially in the legislature, that constantly is ceding authority to the executive branch would want to have another term. for an executive when they have as much power as they do.
For what purpose, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
To make my annual speech against this bill.
Senator's the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I'm not going to repeat what I say every year, but let me just make 3 points. There's a reason why our deliberations in Virginia are superior to the other 49 states. One, we are a part-time legislature. We have lives outside of this body such that we don't identify ourselves as politicians, but rather as citizen statesmen and ladies. Secondly, the collegiality of our body. I think this body is unique in that we have relationships across the aisle, intergenerational relationships, and we speak to each other, we move about, and frankly, we are, at least in my understanding, one corporate entity trying to do what's best for the Commonwealth of Virginia. Third, we have a one-term governor. Now, the allusion was made just a moment ago that under Title 44 and throughout our Constitution, our governor gets extraordinary powers. In fact, in my opinion, he has too much power. Too much power. And by the way, the governor's my friend. I was with him at the press conference today. I thought he did a great job. But he has too much power. One of the ways that we rein in that is by limiting that governor to one term. We, in this body, are the institutional memory of the Commonwealth of Virginia. We are. And I think we do a pretty good job. And I've been here with Democrats in control and Republicans in control. And you look around this body, you're seeing people, men, women from all over this state who are qualified to lead this state and do lead this state. So the executive branch, they get the publicity, they have all the reporters, that's fine. But the bottom line is this body and our colleagues across the hall. That's the legislative branch, okay? And we are the people that are charged at the end of the day with making sure the schools are open and the roads are paved and people can get to work and people can maintain their rights. And we're going to do that. And we have a balance of opinion they don't frankly have in the executive branch. So I don't think we ought to cede power to the executive branch. I think we do a pretty good job. And so I hope we defeat this amendment.
Senator, for what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Good evening, Mr. President.
Good evening, Senator.
Would the gentleman from Senator Eben Alexandria, excuse me.
Senator Yield.
For a question.
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Would you look at line 22, beginning he shall? What exactly does that mean? He shall be ineligible to any other office during his term of service. Ineligible to run, to serve? What does that mean?
I'm just looking for the language, but ineligible to serve in another office.
Well, first, would the gentleman yield for another question?
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
First and foremost, this is our state constitution. Do you think that's inartfully worded? He shall be ineligible to any other office during his term of service. A wee bit vague?
No, I think it's pretty clear.
He can run for another office during his term, can he?
Sure.
Okay. He can't serve two offices at the same time, can he? And that's already prohibited by statute, right?
Right. That's correct.
Mr. President, I'm sorry.
Further question? Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Would the gentleman yield for another? Would the gentleman yield for another question?
I yielded.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
He can run for another office other than the one he serves while serving as governor, correct?
Yeah, just like any other official in America, he can. That's correct.
Further question?
Would the gentleman yield for further question?
I'll yield again.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Does this proposed constitutional amendment allow a governor to serve a total of 10 years?
Senator's the floor.
Only if if he took over if he succeeded his predecessor.
All right, I thank the gentleman.
I think the gentleman is also asking about current law. I mean, really, the governor already can, a lieutenant governor can succeed the governor. If he's served less than 2 years, he's eligible to run for a full term, similar to the way this is envisioned.
Speaking to the resolution,
There's
Mr.
the
Chair,
floor.
Mr. President, maybe it's just me, maybe it's just late in the day, but if nobody else agrees with me, then I am reading it wrong. But I find the sentence in our proposed sentence in the Constitution, he shall be ineligible to any other office during the term of service, to be inartfully worded and to be vague. I don't know if that means he can't serve two offices at the same time. He can't run for an office while he is serving for governor. And if everybody else thinks it's perfectly clear, then I'm going to sit down. But I'm wondering if there's anybody in this body who finds that verbiage to be inartful. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Rising to answer the gentleman's question. No, Mr. President, it is late and we've all had a lot to say over this last day and a couple weeks, but I do think this is an important issue. Virginia has been in existence for 300 years with a governor that has only been able to serve one term. It's not broken. Mr. President, this legislative body, the way it was set up, the House of Delegates is elected every 2 years so that they're more in touch with our constituents. They have to answer the voters more frequently. The Senate, we're supposed to be wiser and not run at the same time as the governor so that we can be more deliberate and make decisions that are less impassioned, better decisions. And the governor is supposed to be the chief executive and to enact those laws and to make the government run efficiently. But Mr. President, as the senator from Fairfax indicated earlier, the governor has a tremendous amount of authority. Appointment authority, has administrative authority over all the agencies and direct them. And Mr. President, that balance that's between the legislature, the House and the Senate, and the executive branch, the governor, and the judiciary is a tenuous balance. And Mr. President, if we are to pass this constitutional amendment and the governor can succeed himself, then it tips that balance. And Mr. President, we need to look at those authorities and we need to look at what powers each of the three branches have, and those need to be altered to make sure that that balance continues. Mr. President, I think the senator from Richmond, even though it is late, does read a little inconsistency or unclarity into the statute, but the bigger issue is the fact that this creates an imbalance in Virginia between the legislative branch and the executive branch and the judiciary, and that balance is well served now and should continue as it is.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Joint Resolution 271?
Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd appreciate it if you would take your cell phone and call for a cardiologist to show up immediately, because I agree absolutely with what the senator from Alexander and the junior senator from Richmond have said. And I would say, as to the junior senator from Richmond, I have been impressed with the fact that he reads the bills. And as I previously said, one of the things I used to preach when I was teaching in law school is that words mean something. Another point that I would make, Mr. President, is it's been alluded to, and the senator from Hanover just mentioned it. In fact, if you were to do a comparative analysis, you would find that the governor of Virginia is one of the most powerful governors in all of America. His appointment powers are extraordinary. I would further say, Mr. President, that I would like to ask the senator who is advocating this, the senator excuse me, earlier I said I agreed with the senator from Alexandria. I meant the senator from Fairfax. I'm having a terrible time with misspeaking, but would the senator from Alexandria yield for a question?
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, my first question is, do you not think that it is a positive aspect in the Commonwealth of Virginia that having a one-term governor, that we don't have a governor who during his term of office is looking towards his next run for his second gubernatorial initiative?
Senator's the floor.
I would say that there are positives and negatives. I think it's a negative that the governor doesn't have longer, that immediately gets in office thinking that they only have a limited time to complete their legacy. And further, I'd rather have a governor who's experienced and continues on the path of a smooth functioning of government. And if they have two legacies, so be it.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask one more question, which is going to be very pointed, and some in the body will not get it.
Senator
I would
Yield.
ask the senator from Alexandria, excuse me, does the senator yield?
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I would ask the senator from Alexandria if he would be so enthusiastic, so ardent in promoting this amendment if we were looking at Governor Jim Gilmore seeking a second term.
I would tell
Senator,
the
the floor.
gentleman that I would think that the people of Virginia would have had a right to judge Governor Gilmore's performance should he be fortunate enough to have been renominated by his party, and that he would have been accountable to the people. And perhaps if Governor Gilmore had thought that he would have to be more accountable to the people, his performance might have even pleased Senator Norment more.
Mr. President, speaking, first of all, I'm going to oppose this. And the only thing that would make me happier is if the body would collectively vote to defeat Senate Joint Resolution 271.
Thanks, Senator. Question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 271 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes no.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman emphatically votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 12, noes 26.
Ayes 12, noes 26. Senate Joint Resolution 271 fails.
Senate Joint Resolution 272.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate Joint Resolution 272 be agreed to, and speaking to that.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, more than 200 years after this country was founded on principles of equality and democracy, felons are the only class of citizens still disenfranchised from the vote. Recent estimates by the Sentencing Project suggest that over 5 million citizens are ineligible to vote on the basis of a criminal conviction, including 1 out of every 13 African Americans. Over 370,000 citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia, almost 7% of the voting age population, are disenfranchised because of a felony conviction. In 2016, in Virginia, that number included more than 1 in 5 African American adults. The effect of including black voters is not an unfortunate byproduct of the Virginia State Constitution, a byproduct of the Virginia State Constitution of 1902, but Jim Crow era legislation working exactly as intended. Carter Glass, a delegate from Lynchburg, stated the new Constitution was a plan to eliminate the darky as a political factor in 5 years. Delegate Padigo said it is unquestionably to the interests of the state of Virginia and to all its people to increase the number of white people in Virginia as compared with the Negro race. By creating poll taxes, literacy tests, and grandfather clauses, the Constitution of 1902 targeted black voters and cut Virginia's electorate in half. That Constitution stood until 1971, when this body amended it to finally include black and brown Virginians in the electorate. Virginia's felon disenfranchisement provision, however, remained a shameful vestige of discrimination. The question we should be asking ourselves, Mr. President, is why are we talking about giving something back to people that should have never been taken away in the first place? The right to vote is an essential currency of democracy. Withholding it from hundreds of thousands of Virginians makes a mockery of any pretense that we are a commonwealth seeking to right past wrongs and make reparation for past injustices. We should take action to offer Virginians a constitutionally guaranteed right to vote for two reasons. First, we must assure racial justice at the ballot box by erasing the intentionally discriminatory Jim Crow felony disenfranchisement provisions from the Virginia Constitution forever with this constitutional amendment. We must put in place a constitutional barricade against the possibility Virginia could fall back to 49th in the nation in ease of voting if a future legislature again seeks to limit ballot access by reimposing voter suppression laws in the future. Restoration of rights, while certainly laudable, achieves neither of these goals. Therefore, Mr. President, I urge passage of Senate Joint Resolution 272.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Joint Resolution 272? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 272 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes no.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman abstains.
The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 15, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 22, noes 15, Rule 36-1. Senate Joint Resolution 272 is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 289.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Joint Resolution 289 pass. And speaking to the motion.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I tend to agree with the gentleman from James City County. 7 amendments to the Constitution is a lot. And this one, Mr. President, is a real snoozer. And I've been trying to figure out how we'd even explain it to the general public. But the fact of the matter is, hundreds of years ago, we wrote into the Constitution that Mayor Sudeline and his city council couldn't grant property to Mason Industries in a key place for a long period of time, public to private. In fact, it says that easements cannot be granted that are not permitted to the general public. Well, in the modern era, what that's developed into is when Hampton Roads Sanitation District comes to the city of Newport News, who asked me to carry this bill, to get a perpetual easement for a sewer line, we're only able to grant it for up to 40 years. You can grant air rights to 60 years. Also, the state of Virginia asked for environmental or conservation easements or historic easements. They want perpetual, full easements. When we went to get a historic easement on the Lee Hall train station, the state asked for a perpetual easement. And they wrote back a letter saying, please show me how I can do it. The Constitution prohibits me to only do it for 40 years. Now, earlier today, we were talking about this and some folks were questioning. I went back and talked to them, and remember, it is to the general public. So the general public, while Hampton Roads Sanitation District sewer line is to the benefit of the public can't lay a pipe down there like Hampton Roads Sanitation District. The interesting part of that is they can turn around and condemn the land and take it perpetually. But that's lawsuits, law fees, and an extended period of time. So, Mr. President, as I said, this is by no means a sexy amendment, but it's an effort to try to overcome what is happening now when we are granting public to public, so not giving to private entities, but the city granting to the Commonwealth of Virginia or to an entity like HRSD. They are asking for permanent easements, need them, and the Constitution prohibits us from doing so. So, Mr. President, that's this amendment, and I hope you'll be the pleasure of the body to pass it.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding Senate Joint Resolution 289? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 289 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes no.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes aye.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, no 17.
Ayes 21, no 17. Senate Joint Resolution 289 is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 290.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
I move the resolution be agreed to. I'm speaking to the motion.
Senators, the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an amendment to the Constitution to deal with an issue that many of you know has been around for many, many years, involving legislative compensation. As you well know, that legislative compensation really hasn't changed since the 1986-87 timeframe, and under Belial's. And frankly, the senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger, had pointed out to me there's some other efforts after Belial's in the early 90s, and I was able to look that up. And it was with Bob Calhoun and Vince Callahan working through it through a legislative framework. I think the underlying principle that we need to struggle with is sort of the inherent conflict with giving ourselves pay raises. And certainly there's been, clearly a struggle over the years. And the only way to really fix it is to create an independent group to take a look at it for us and make the recommendation and remove it from the Appropriations Act, because otherwise it keeps us in the same cycle. Now, why the importance of this year and this cycle? Because remember, in our Constitution, you can't get a pay raise within your term of office. So with the constitutional amendment cycle, you've got obviously the 2-year passage. Now you're running into the 23 cycle. So you're out into essentially leading up until the next go-round before the commission can make the recommendations and set the appropriations for the next round of pay raises. So the cycle, if it misses this window, you're talking about the next decade. And so by the time this gets around, if you don't move forward with it, you're talking about staying in the same conflict almost to 40 or 50 years by the time you think about the cycle, because you can't receive a pay raise within your term of office. So every 4-year cycle, this would be sort of kicking the can down the road by our Constitution. What this does not do, it does not deal with compensation in regards to your staffs or anybody else, solely legislators within the General Assembly. So it doesn't deal with governor's compensation, nothing else. No members of the General Assembly shall serve on this commission. It's important that we begin to remove ourselves and detach ourselves from this process. And I think one of the keys to this is also including transparency in public hearings on it, to see as a citizen legislature how to engage the public in it, also how to understand that it is a citizen legislature. This has nothing to do, by the way, with making the legislature full-time. That's Senator Saslaw's adjustment to days. Remember, that's another section of the Constitution. So we do need to address this. There are other states that do it. And by the way, other states, compensation has gone up and down based on compensation boards' reviews, based on the level of effort, based on the position, and based on other things. So, Mr. President, I'd ask that the measure pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise.
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senators, the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, you talk about too many constitutional amendments. Well, this is case in point. You know, the only conflict, and I appreciate the creativity of my friend from Prince William in bringing this, and the argument, the only conflict here is that there are a lot of folks in the legislature who want a pay raise, but they don't want their fingerprints on it. That's the nub. And as a consequence, we've got this bill. You know, Congress is seldom held up as a paragon of courage and virtue. But you know what? They vote on their own pay raises. They raise their own pay. We've got the ability to do it. If you want a pay raise, put in a bill, put in a budget amendment. If you make the case, make it. Show the courage to go out there and tell the voters, I want a pay raise. If you make the case that it hadn't been raised since 1985 and it ought to be raised, and you've got the guts to go out and tell the voters that, then by God, go do it. But we shouldn't be creating this panel to hide behind and not even putting any legislators on it to create even more insulation between us and this decision. Make no mistake about it. I mean, it's going to be our decision. And this is the vote for a pay raise, okay? This is it. So you vote for this, you're voting for the pay raise. And you better be prepared to meet the voters on that vote because they're smart and they can figure it out. And they're not going to let us hide behind this constitutionally created wall of smoke and mirrors.
For what purpose does the senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howell, rise?
Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
When I first arrived here in 1992, the very wonderful Senator Gartland came over to my desk and said, well, Janet, I've noticed over the years that the senators here are rich, retired, or kept. Which are you? So I thought about it, and I said, I'm kept. I've got a husband who's got a good salary. I can be down here. In those days, our salary was $18,000 a year. All these years later, it's still $18,000 a year. That doesn't bother me personally, but it bothers me just in terms of the kind of representation that we are having in this body. Because Senator Gartland was right. So many people, talented people, people who would give a diversity to this body aren't able to run. They can't afford it. They're not rich, retired, or kept. So I would really hope that we will pass this so we have a way forward to broaden the representation that's in this body. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the measure, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I imagine some people are surprised to see that I'm actually a co-sponsor on this bill, but I think it's a pretty good idea, and I equate this to the same thing we were so passionate about last year, and that was the Bipartisan Redistricting Commission that took the power of redistricting out of the hands of the General Assembly, out of the hands that would draw our own districts. We here in this Senate were very, very supportive of that. What I would say is that this bill, or this measure, would not be something, as the senator from Rockingham mentioned, that we're voting for a pay raise. We are asking the citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia to decide what should be done here. It's been mentioned several times that we got it wrong, we did the wrong thing, but these are constitutional amendments. We don't vote them out. The citizens of Virginia vote yes or no on these. And as far as smoke and mirrors, it wasn't too long ago that we were making a lot less per board or commission meeting. We were making less in per diem, but golly, all of a sudden that stuff started to go up. You gave yourself a pay raise, especially if you were on Senate Finance. So this bill, I think, is well-intentioned, and I think it does the right thing for the people of the Commonwealth. It will set up a separate, independent commission that will look at compensation, not only in salary, but also in expenses and the extra compensation we get for going to boards and commissions and the like. I think it's a pretty good idea. I'm going to vote for it.
Do any other senators wish to be heard? For what purpose
Mr.
does
President,
sorry,
Mr. President,
Senator
Tommy Norman.
yeah, Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I actually have some mixed thoughts on this, but the senator from Chesapeake just reminded me of a couple of things. I recall a number of years ago, at one point, there were 20 to 30 members of the House of Delegates, Republicans and Democrats, who this was their full-time job. And I used to scratch my head. I think they were making $17,250 or something like that. And it was perplexing to me. But the senator from Chesapeake just reminded me of something that I was very instrumental in. There has traditionally been a resistance of the General Assembly of Virginia to raise its own salaries and compensation. And I compliment the senator from Prince William in his creativity. But let me remind you very explicitly what has happened over the years. We increased the per diem in session. And I distinctively remember having a dispute with one of the former speakers of the House of Delegates, who was chairing joint rules, when he did not want either the Senate or the House to take the maximum amount under the federal guidelines for per diem. And I told him very directly in joint rules, I tell you what, the Senate of Virginia is going to take the maximum in session per diem, but the House of Delegates can take whatever you want. And as a matter of fact, if we pass this, that really House of Delegates doesn't have to take anything. I don't think one member of the House of Delegates refused to take the full per diem. When Senator Howell and I first arrived at the Senate in 1992, the out of session per diem was $100. And I remember once again when I advocated, let's increase it to $200. And if any member of the General Assembly doesn't want to take that money, don't. And to this date, I don't think that anyone has refused it. And then I really got bodacious and said, let's move it up to $300 for out of session meetings. And if no one wants to take it, they don't have to. I'm not aware that anyone has turned it down. And so that now is $300 unless there are two meetings during the same day and you stay more than half the time to each meeting, then you can get $400. And finally, Mr. President, the office expense has gone up significantly since we have been here. And we all know that, yes, it costs a great deal of money to operate a legislative office at home, but there are those who operate out of their home. And so they choose to take that office expense, even though it may potentially be taxable. So, Mr. President, I am sensitive to the arguments that have been made, but there have been substantial increases in session per diem, where right now we're getting $211 a day, whether you're here in Richmond with expenses or whether you're at home in the comfort of your living room. We're getting more for the out of sessions and we're getting more in office expenses. And I don't necessarily agree that that is a discriminating factor that is keeping qualified people out, even though I disagree frequently with many members of the Senate. I think there's some extraordinary people in here that have made a decision to answer a call to public service and that they embrace the concept of public service. And I would respectfully ask the body to reject this.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the junior senator from Richmond City, Senator Morrissey, rise?
Speaking to the measure, Mr. President.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, one of the coolest jobs I ever had was teaching constitutional law in Europe at Trinity College. It's a 400-year-old college. And we studied other constitutions in the country, in the world. And I came to realize what a sacred document a constitution is. I'm looking at this SJR 290 from a different perspective. We're adding in Article 4, Section number 5A, and there's been some talk today about whether or not we are underpaid, whether or not we should give ourselves pay raises, whether or not the Legislative Compensation Commission is a good thing. Here's my take. SJR is good law, but it's not a good amendment to the Constitution. Just because we have a great idea, and every year in this body there are many laws that are passed, and some of them are fantastic pieces of legislation, but we don't incorporate them into our sacred document, the state constitution. In the United States Constitution, we have a total of 27 amendments. In 234 years approximately, we've only added 17 amendments, one every about 13 and a half years. During my very first year in the General Assembly in the House of Delegates, the gentleman from Alexandria, Senator Eben, used to tease me about my points of personal privilege. And one of the ones I gave that first year was not extending in our Constitution everything that is a good law. And I referenced Alabama. Their state constitution is 500 pages long, 948 amendments. So what I see going on here is a movement towards every time we get a great piece of legislation, put it in the Constitution. I think that's wrong. That's the wrong approach. So I like the idea of SJR 290. I like the idea of a legislative compensation commission. I just don't like the idea of adding it to our sacred document, the state constitution. So if we are on the pathway, and everybody likes the idea of having hundreds of pages of a constitution, and every year adding 4, 5, 6 amendments, then do it. Vote yes. But if you think that it's a precious document and we shouldn't be adding to it willy-nilly, then you'll do what I do and you'll vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike, rise?
Mr. President, if no one else wishes to speak.
Do any other senators wish to speak? Seeing none, senators, the floor.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank the junior senator from Richmond City on illustrating a pretty key point. You actually can't change the construct unless you change the Constitution. It says the General Assembly shall appropriate funds and determine by law its own salary. You have a built-in conflict. Our Constitution is not a sacred tomb. It's, 50 years old now. It's not been etched in stone or anything else. It's been revised many times. And I suggest that, yes, it has flaws. This is one of them. I think we saw for the Redistricting Commission a very good one. As the senior senator from Chesterfield identified, this is in the like framework. It's removing the conflict. I'd also, Mr. President, like to further thank the senator from James City County. He just identified the issue. What we're doing right now is violating our Constitution through de facto pay raises. This needs sunlight. This needs transparency, and this does it. Because you're violating the intent of the Constitution by giving yourselves pay raises through the office expense allowance and other things. Think about it. This puts this to the public. It puts us to somebody else to lay it out, what should be the appropriate compensation. So I thank the senators for making many of the key arguments that actually support the adoption of this measure. In regards to the timing for the senator from Rockingham, remember, as set out, you're talking about voters in the 2027. This is for the future. This is allowing a foundation of the future that says we're going to have a transparent process guided by citizens and public discussion and transparency and sunlight into that paying compensation. These are important things. We need to be honest with our voters, with our electorate. This is one way to do it. I appreciate the...
Mr. President, and I apologize if you're finished. Will you yield for, will the senator from Prince William yield?
Senator
for
yield?
question?
I yield.
Senator yield, you have the floor.
What I would ask is, who appoints these independent commissioners?
Mr. President, I'd answer the senator that it's going to be joint between the General Assembly and the governor. The enacting legislation we would designate in the future the actual apportionment and other folks, whether they have backgrounds in human resources or other professions, to the appointment.
Mr. President, did I not read in the constitutional amendment language itself in the SJR that it says that the General Assembly shall appoint the commission?
Senator's the floor.
So, Mr. President, I'd ask the gentleman, I'd answer the gentleman, we amended on the floor today to include and governor jointly.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 290 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes no.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 19.
Ayes 19, right, get a pay raise. Ayes 19, noes 19. The resolution fails. The chair is not permitted to vote. It is a majority of the members elected, and it requires 20 votes to pass. So the resolution fails.
Senate Joint Resolution 310.
Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, what SJR does is it takes the 30-day session and makes it 46. And the reason I put it in, it's several-fold, and I'll try to say it, I know it's getting late. I believe this is the 25th odd-year session. At no time have we ever come close to 30 days. And one of the problems with the 30 days, if you tried to do it in 30 days, is you would be leaving a budget that would not have January's numbers. And it often varies a lot from Christmas because you got higher numbers there, and you really wouldn't have an accurate picture, quite as accurate a picture of where the economy's headed. So it rules out, 30 days, you just can't do it. In the 24 sessions until this one, all but one were 46 days, one was 45 days. And as a result of what happened this time, we're going to probably have a 48 to 50 day session because of the time lost that will be lost next week. So I figured there's no sense. Every year we know when we come here it's going to be a 46-day session, and I hear people talk about transparency. I always tell the voters that this is a short session and it's 46 days. I don't tell them 30 because I know darn full well we're not going to do it in that. So there's no sense keeping this in the Constitution when we know that there's no way we can comply with it realistically. So the amendment that was adopted on second reading says that the 46-day session, since the original language in the Constitution for the odd year was 30 days and could be extended 30 days, this is 46, and if necessary, which hopefully it never will be, but if necessary, could be extended 14 days. So you'd still have the 60 days. So that's why I put it in. There's no way realistically we can put together this budget and to conduct a session where you've thoroughly reviewed bills in 30 days. It's just simply not going to happen, and I think everyone in here knows it. So that's essentially what it is. Just takes the 30-day session, makes it 46. Nothing complicated.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall rise?
Mr. President, speak to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I think the senator from Fairfax makes some valid points about the times, but one of the things that caused me to pause, and the reason I'll vote no, is the requirement of whether we need to be in person and meeting in Richmond. Mr. President, certainly this session has been unlike any other, and I, as the senator from Fairfax indicated earlier, the Senate is a more collegial body. We interact with each other's Republican and Democrat, or regardless of our time in life, and as a result, we do, I think, a better job of coming to solutions. But, Mr. President, it is vitally important that the legislature be meeting in person to make these critical decisions. And if this constitutional amendment included a provision that required, in order to go to those 46 and 60 days, that we meet in person to do our business, both the House and Senate, the senator could get my vote. He makes some valid points, but when we're talking about the length of time, there are reasons when we should be in less. And those reasons are when the public has less access to us and when we're not all meeting in person. So as you think about this, there's some valid points, but it really needs to be assured that the citizens are going to know that we're going to meet in person.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, the Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell rise?
The senior senator from Fairfax yield for a question.
Senator Yield. Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just ask, it's been about 12 hours now. I was wondering if it's still his birthday.
Senator has the floor.
I forgot how old I am.
Do any other senators wish to speak regarding Senate Joint Resolution 310? Seeing none, Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Sasslaw.
Mr. President, Senator McDougall made a good point, and I would love to have that, except the reality is this would never get out of the House. I mean, they are adamant about their, meeting virtually. So that's why it didn't contain that. And with that, I would ask that we, look at reality and vote yes on this constitutional amendment.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 310 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes no.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman abstains.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 14, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 23, noes 14, Rule 36-1. Senate Joint Resolution 310 is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 322.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Good evening, Senator.
I think everybody will be happy that this is not a constitutional amendment. What this does is basically a study that has Secretary of Administration, State Board of Elections, electronic return for valid military overseas ballots. And I'm going to get into what valid military overseas ballots are in a second. And it walks through and requests Secretary of Administration to oversee and develop a charter and directives for the State Board of Elections to form a working group and study the implementation of electronic returns for ballots for individuals that are overseas. When they do this, it looks at accessibility, auditability, authentication, verification, and security through encryption in order to ensure that any process implemented would guarantee the accuracy and integrity of the voted military ballots, make recommendations, et cetera, et cetera. And what I wanted to explain also, Mr. President, is in committee, I had said there was a recommendation from, I believe it was the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, and he wanted to ensure that it would cover different individuals from other government agencies and expats who are currently living overseas. And I believe the senior senator from Richmond City had some questions along that line as well. We did reach out to the P&E attorney on this to ensure that that was in fact included in the explanation of what military overseas ballots were, and that does in fact include individuals from other government agencies, expats, and anyone else who's find themselves overseas when the election is happening where they can't get back home. So with that, Mr. President, I move the passage of Senate Joint Resolution 322, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Northwestern Fairfax, Senator Boysko, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the motion.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think everybody in this body wants to make sure that the military and overseas ballots are safe and that they get to use their voices in their elections. Unfortunately, this has already been studied ad nauseum. I can tell you that I have a list of the following organizations who have agreed that internet voting is not and cannot be secure at this time, and I'm just going to read them out. The ACM U.S. Technology Policy Committee, Common Cause Education Fund, Cyber Infrastructure and Security Agency, Department of Defense of the United States, Department of Homeland Security, Elections Assistance Commission, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine, National Institutes of Standards and Technology, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the National Election Defense Coalition, the U.S. Pentagon, the United States Senate, the group called Verified Voting, who did speak to the bill. And, you know, I know that we all feel like we should be able to do this through the internet. But let's just look at the differences between online commerce and voting. There are always checks and balances in online commerce, in banking, mail orders, online prescriptions. If the money doesn't show up in your bank account, you know there's a problem. When you're shopping online and you don't get your product, you know there's a problem. In healthcare, you get Dr. Donovan prescribes you a narcotic, and you go to the pharmacy and you wait for it to arrive at the pharmacy or in your mailbox and it doesn't arrive, you know there's a problem. Let's just be clear, elections are not commerce and they're not health care. The Constitution of the Virginia in Article 2, Section 3 of our Constitution appropriately requires that our citizens have the right to secrecy in casting their votes. It states, secrecy in casting votes shall be maintained except as provision may be required for assistance to the handicapped vote. There is no way for us to have both secrecy in casting our ballot and security of casting that ballot. If a person's vote does not make it to her polling place, that person's not going to know. If it shows up different than what she submitted, she will have no idea. There will be no way to verify that. These have been studied. There are reports in 2002 Recognized the military and overseas voters faced unusual challenges in voting, and Congress aimed to address those difficulties. It directed the DoD to develop an online ballot return system for military and overseas voters. In 2004, Secretary of Defense Wolfowitz canceled that DoD online program because security reviews warned that it's not possible to ensure that ballots be sent over through the internet would be legitimate. In 2005, they tried again. The U.S. Election Assistance Commission and the National Institutes of Standards and Technology studying online and email ballots returned and developing standards for secure, remote electronic absentee ballot system. The research conducted over many years has documented in multiple reports, and NITS identified several obstacles to relying authentic voter identities and transmitting ballots securely, saying that it cannot yet be reasonably overcome. I can keep going. 2008, there were studies, 2011, 2015, 2016, 2018, 2020, and I'm going to stop in a second. MIT, ballot is busted before the blockchain, a security analysis of votes. The first internet voting application used in the federal elections concluded it remains unclear if any electric-only mobile or internet voting system can practically overcome the stringent security requirements on the election system. Indeed, this work adds to the litany of serious flaws discovered in electronic-only approaches and supports the conclusion that the current standard, software-independent systems using voter-verified paper ballots and risk-limiting audits remains the most secure option. It is the burden of the developer of any system to provide that their system is secure in both the public and the security company before it can be trusted as a crucial component to the democratic process. I want to see our voting system work and make sure that all of our military members have their ballots counted, but I do not think that we have the answer, and I don't see that conducting yet another study after the national experts have looked at this is the best use of our time at this point. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw, rise?
Mr. President and members of the Senate, starting around, I guess, the middle of October all the way through about a week or two ago, you, I, and everybody else on this planet, all we heard about how this past presidential election was a fraud and everything was stolen. You know, those voting machines that we use, at least I think all of them throughout the state of Virginia, they're not tied to the internet. They are not. The ones we had before them were tied to the internet, but the ones we currently use now are not. And I think after 3 or 4 months of hearing nothing but how it was stolen, how there was voter fraud, it would seem to me that we sure would be reluctant to engage in a system that is tied to the internet and would be susceptible to, I suppose there are ways you could figure out to halt foreign interference or any type of interference, but I'm not sure that technology is there now, and it seems that based on this cybersecurity problem that we had with Russia in late December, they haven't figured out a way to make it secure. And I just think that if you think there's a problem now, or you've heard a lot of squawking now about the elections, you're going to hear a lot more once we go to the internet. And I would agree with Senator's staff. It's important that we make sure our military get a chance to vote, particularly overseas. But the best way to do it is to mail them the absentee ballots early, let them mail them back in, which is what some states do. So I just think that we're asking for a whole lot of PR problems if we go down this route until the technology has gotten to the point where it's 100% rock solid. And I can tell you it's not there yet, and I don't know when it will be. So I think that the intentions are good, but I think doing it this way is ill-advised.
What purpose is Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben rise?
To ask if the senior senator from Virginia Beach would yield for a question.
Will Senator yield?
Mr. President, I'm happy to yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I voted for this bill in committee, but looking closely at it, I noticed on line 25 it refers to a limited pilot program in 2022 where some subset of military overseas voters would be eligible to vote electronically. And would like to ask the gentleman, how does he envision that only some would be eligible to use this method of voting? Is that the case?
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, I tell the gentleman from Alexandria that, again, those are some of the details that this study would actually go into. And that's one of the reasons, Mr. President, that we would want to put the study out there to lay out all of these questions and all of these things like this. And I'm happy to answer any more questions he has, because I think it's truly imperative that we should let our military and those who are deployed overseas who really don't have access to timely mail to vote. But I'm happy to answer any more questions.
Further questions?
Speaking to the bill.
Senator's the floor.
I want everyone to be able to vote, and I want to make it easy for people to vote, but also I'm very concerned about the security of the ballot and also about fairness. And when the resolution calls for a limited pilot program, that's what it says, a limited pilot program later on a statewide basis. And I'm concerned that to allow some voters access to one method of voting, but not to allow other overseas military voters the same access is unfair and would possibly disadvantage them. So for that reason and the concerns enumerated by the senator from northwestern Fairfax County, I'm going to have to oppose the bill reluctantly. Thank you.
For what purpose is Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain rise?
President, I rise to speak for less than a minute on this bill.
Senator has the floor.
I just think, Mr. President, speaking of the bill, I just think that it is rich now that we are talking about military votes, that now we're supposed to be concerned about the integrity of elections, okay? Now we're supposed to be worried about it. Now we're supposed to worry about fraud. Now we're supposed to worry about ballot security. And now we're supposed to worry about fairness.
Thank the senator for speaking for less than a minute. Is there any senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline?
Speaking similarly short.
Senator's the floor.
Mr. President, this is a study bill. This is trying to see if it's a good idea. We were told it wasn't found to be a good idea previously, but we were also told we don't know when the technology will be ready. We won't know until we keep trying. We were told that the best thing we can do to hope for now is for them to send it through the mail. For the first time I'm ever aware, we sent a Senate appropriation bill through, which I think was a great win for this body over the other one, just so people could avoid using the mail because we didn't think it was secure enough for their ballot last fall. I think our military deserves us to keep trying to find a way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Also speak briefly.
Senator's the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senator Suderline hit the nail on the head. Basically, if you don't know what you don't know, you don't know what you don't know. It's important for us, that's right, it's important for us to be able to continue to look at this. Just because MIT may have looked at it, or VASM, or the Pentagon, or whatever, technology is constantly evolving. If you have ever been deployed, you may have some better understanding of the difficulty of getting that mailed ballot, that absentee ballot. If you're deployed afloat, sometimes the mail gets there, sometimes it doesn't. And if you're deployed ashore in Afghanistan or Iraq, there's no guarantee you're going to get that ballot. But almost every unit has the ability to email so they can contact their families. So I hope that we'll at least let the Board of Elections and the rest and this commission continue to look at the best ways and the best practices, and maybe at some point in time we'll find a way to do it that's safe, secure, and fair. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards, rise?
Mr. President, the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security, in recent years has looked at this, and there's no way to ensure the integrity of the voting because you're using online voting. We saw what happened with Russia and so forth. If you tried this, there's no way to ensure that the military personnel overseas ballot is going to be counted or even get there. It could be intercepted as well. And Mr. President, I hope we don't do this. There's somebody who tried to vote overseas in the 1972 elections, and I'm sure my vote would have made all the difference in the world as to what happened in that election, but I tried to vote from home, and I put in my request for an absentee ballot months in advance. I told them I was coming back to this continental United States at the end of October. I didn't know exactly when, and guess what? I was extended for about a week because I was involved in a case as a JAG officer in the Marine Corps in Japan. And I left on the 25th of October. I did not have my ballot yet. Yeah, and finally when I got to Camp Lejeune 3-4 weeks later, right before Thanksgiving, there was my ballot. Of course, it's too late to send it back. It had to be received by a certain date, I think the election day, whatever it was at the time. I missed voting because the absentee ballot didn't get to me on time, so I'm well aware of the problem. The solution would be if the people at home had sent my absentee ballot to me sooner, as I asked them to do, I could have voted, but it didn't. And as I say, it would have made all the difference in the world that year, given what happened in that election. But, Mr. President, they've looked at this very carefully. We don't want to go this route. Not with the internet voting. It's just too insecure, and it would create more problems than it's worth. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Kiggins, rise?
Mr. President, speak to the bill.
There's the floor.
Just real briefly, when I deployed as a helicopter pilot in the Navy, we used to have U.S. Postal Service patches on our flight suits because we delivered the mail to the battle group. And to deliver the mail to each ship in the battle group was a very time-consuming, convoluted process. And I'm not even going to tell you what happened to some of the mail that should have gotten delivered to some of the ships in the battle group. So not everyone got their mail. So the military people deserve to have a better system of how to vote. It is so hard for us to request ballots. We're supposed to have an election officer in each squadron and ship and whatnot. It just doesn't happen. And we don't get the mail. We can't get the mail on time. We don't get the mail every day. I mean, the mail is so, you think if the mail is bad here, try being on a ship in the middle of the Persian Gulf. You just don't get the mail. So we owe it to our servicemen and women to come up with a better system. And if this just studies how to do that, please let's do that. And I support the bill. Thanks.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard regarding the resolution? Seeing none, the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff.
Mr. President, thank you for this lively debate on the senior senator from Fairfax's birthday, because I never, ever thought I would say that, but he sounded like Donald Trump accusing me of trying to rig the elections with our military votes. I can't believe it. Anyways, let's really address the issue here. It's been put out very clearly that when you're deployed overseas in the military and with other government agencies, it's not just our military, there are other government agencies, you have very limited access to mail. And for some of the individuals, and I've been in this case more than one time, when you're deployed overseas, if you went to the mailbox, any kind of a mailbox or a post office, an international post office, and you dropped off a package that was going to the United States, it would compromise who you're there representing. So you would know right away you're an American. And in a lot of places, we really don't want that to happen because it has to deal with the safety and security of the citizen. So these are the same individuals that are protecting our ability to vote ourselves, protecting our ability to go to the polls without having any threats to us. So I'm a little bit concerned with that, and I'm very, very confused because I think if we can send a man to the moon, if we can do telemedicine, if we can get our drugs delivered through the internet, that we're Americans, we're very innovative. We can find a way to do this. Other states, many other states, have already done this, and they're doing it secure. But let's talk about security for a moment. There is definitely a way to do this secure, and I think that when we're challenging the security of this, well, we've just said that you really don't need a picture ID. We've been fighting and saying that, oh, we can put a drop box out there. You don't need a witness on absentee ballots. You don't need this. We want everybody to be able to vote. Heck, we even want felons and prisoners to be able to vote. But we don't want our military and those who are protecting our freedoms, who are overseas, we don't want to put time and effort into figuring out how we can get them to vote. But we are okay with individuals who request an absentee ballot, or hundreds of them, and they show up at a post office box. You know, I really find it ironic that the same group of individuals who have been pushing for felons and prisoners and anybody else to vote and eliminating witnesses because it's too onerous, and we need drop boxes because some people don't have access to the post office or a mailbox or a mail drop box, so we've got to put drop boxes out for them to just go by and drop them in. I truly find it very ironic that we're going to go that direction. I also, Mr. President, find that if you are overseas, and I know a lot of folks here did not serve in the military, and I know that a lot of folks who really did serve in the military who are here were never stationed overseas or never truly missed an opportunity to vote. I've missed quite a few opportunities to vote, and I know at least 2 other members in here have, because they've been deployed overseas with zero access to the mail. And I just think that we can figure just about anything else out. I mean, good Lord, we're really getting a lot done right now. We're doing crazy things from a technological standpoint. We have the opportunity of getting that done. So with this, I'd like to push forward and request we pass this wonderful legislation. Thank you.
The question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 322 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Joint Resolution 322 is agreed to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Seeing at least 8 hands, we will have a recorded vote. Question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 322 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Senator Chase, how do you vote?
Senator Chase votes aye.
Senator Norman, how do you vote?
Senator Norman votes no.
Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, no 17.
Ayes 21, no 17. Senate Joint Resolution 322 is agreed to. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, at this point, I want to move that all remaining memorial and commending resolutions be referred to the Committee on Rules and continue to the 2021 special session. These would be the ones that we've received.
Question is, shall the remaining memorial and commending resolutions be referred to the Committee on Rules and continue to the 2021 special session? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
There we go. Well, thank you, Mr. President. So what we're going to now do is proceed with committee meetings and beginning with rules, agriculture and conservation and natural resources, commerce and labor, education and health, general laws and technology, judiciary, local government, privileges and elections, rehab and social services, and transportation. And each one of the committees will meet and move all of their all of the bills from the regular session over to the special session in that order, beginning with rules.
Thank the Senator. Madam Clerk?
We need all members to take their seats so we can get through this quickly, and you're going to be voting by your committee, voice vote. Toby? It'll be after we adjourn. Okay, we're going to adjourn and then do that. I hope we never have a session like this one again.
Yes. Senior Senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw.
Mr. President, I would inquire of the clerk, does this complete the calendar?
Absolutely.
3 cheers.
Thank the Senator. Happy birthday. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Senator Saslaw, I guess officially from everybody. We appreciate you very much. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Do any senators wish to be recognized? Okay. Seeing none, I call on the Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 9 a.m. on Monday.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 9 a.m. on Monday? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. Close. The ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned until 9 a.m. on Monday.
9 a.m. on Monday is a pro forma to adjourn sine die and go into the special session. Senators McClellan and McDougal have volunteered to be the two members here at 9 o'clock. So the rest of you can sleep in on Monday morning.
Thank you very much.
And before we get to the committees, let me give you the weekend weather forecast. Saturday is going to be mostly cloudy with snow late in the evening and overnight. Sunday, snow early in the morning, changing to a wintry mix for most of central Virginia by the afternoon. Any accumulation of snow will likely end by mid-morning, with the highest amounts west and northwest of Richmond. The forecast for Richmond is at least 1 to 3 inches, with a chance of much higher accumulations if the path of the storm front shifts.
Senator Locke.
I would like to call the Senate Committee on Rules to order.
Cool. Senator Saslaw. Senator Howell. Senator Lucas. Senator Edwards. Senator Deeds. Senator Marsden. Senator Peterson. Senator Barker. Senator Favola. Senator Lewis. Senator Norment. Senator McDougal. Senator Vogel. Senator McPike. Senator Locke.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I would now like to call on the senator from Portsmouth for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that all House bills in the block be continued to the 2021 Special Session 1.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded that all House legislation in the committee in the block be continued to the 2021 special session. Is there any discussion on that motion? Is it a voice? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
That motion carries. Okay. Okay, there being no further business for the Rules Committee, we are adjourned.
Senator Peterson.
I call the Senate Agricultural and Natural Resources meeting to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Hanger. Senator Marsden. Senator Obenshain. Senator Ruff. Senator Mason. Senator Lewis. Senator Stanley. Senator Stewart. Senator Favola.
Here.
Senator McClellan. Senator Pillion. Senator Suderline. Senator Hashmi. Senator Morrissey. Senator Peterson.
Here, and I now call on Senator Favola, gentlelady from Arlington, for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that all House legislation in committee in the block be continued to the 2021 Special Session 1.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, a motion and a second. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Senator Saslow.
I would call the Committee on Commerce and Labor together. Clerk, call the roll.
Senator Norman. Senator Newman. Senator Obenshain. Senator Lucas.
Here.
Senator Spruill. Senator Edwards. Senator Deeds. Senator Barker. Senator Marsden. Senator Eben.
Here.
Senator Lewis. Senator Survell. Senator Mason. Senator Bell. Senator Saslow. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
At this point, I recognize Senator Spruill for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the House legislation committees in the block to be continued to the 2021 special session.
You've heard the motion in a second that all the pending legislation from the House be moved to in a block to the 2021 special session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Committee adjourned.
Senator Lucas.
I'd like to call the meeting of Education and Health into order. I'd like the clerk to please call the roll.
Senator Saslow. Senator Howe. Senator Newman. Senator Locke. Senator Barker. Senator Peterson. Senator Cosgrove. Senator Lewis. Senator Donovan. Senator Suderline. Senator Peake. Senator Edwards. Senator Hashmi. Senator Pillion. Senator Lucas.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Yes, sir. I'd like to call on the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, for a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that all House legislation in committee in the block be continued to the 2021 special session 1.
You heard the motion. Do I have a second? It's been moved and properly second that all of the legislation in the block be moved to the 2021 special session 1. All in favor of that motion, please say aye. Noes have the same right. There being no further business, the committee shall rise.
Senator Howe.
I would like to call the Senate Finance and Appropriations Committee to order. Clerk will call the roll.
Senator Saslow. Senator Norman. Senator Hanger. Senator Lucas. Senator Newman. Senator Ruff. Senator Vogel. Senator Barker. Senator Edwards. Senator Deeds. Senator Locke. Senator Peterson. Senator Marsden. Senator Eben. Senator McClellan. Senator Howe.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have quorum.
I'd like to call on Senator Ruff for a motion.
Madam Chairman, I move that all House legislation in committee in the block be continued to the 2021 special session 1.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Any no?
No, no, no. Senator Barker.
Yes, I call to order the meeting of the General Laws and Technology Committee, and I now call on the Senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben, for a motion. Huh? Oh, all right. Call the roll here.
Senator Ruff. Senator Locke. Senator Eben.
Here.
Senator Vogel. Senator Reeves. Senator McPike. Senator Donovan. Senator Mason. Senator Boysko.
Here.
Senator Stewart. Senator Bell. Senator Pillion. Senator Kiggins. Senator Hashmi. Senator Barker. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
All right. I now call on the Senator from Alexandria for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that all House legislation and committee in the block be continued to the 2021 Special Session 1.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor, vote aye. All opposed, no. The motion carries. We're adjourned.
Senator Edwards.
I would like to call the Senate Judiciary Committee to order. And will the clerk please call the roll?
Senator Saslaw. Senator Norman. Senator Lucas.
Here.
Senator Obenchain. Senator McDougal. Senator Stewart. Senator Stanley. Senator Deeds. Senator Peterson. Senator Survell. Senator McClellan. Senator Boysko. Senator Morrissey. Senator Peake. Senator Edwards. Mr.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
I'd like to call on the senator from Fairfax City for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that all House legislation and committee in the block be continued to the 2021 special session.
Is there a second? Senator D seconds the motion. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed,
Aye.
no. Motion carries. So all House legislation in the committee and will be continued in a block to the 2021 special session. And that being the case, the committee will adjourn.
Senator Lewis.
Call the local government committee to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Hanger. Senator Howe. Senator Donovan. Senator Stanley. Senator Favola. Senator McPike. Senator DeStaff. Senator Pillion. Senator Spruill.
Here.
Senator Morrissey. Senator Reeves. Senator Kiggins. Senator Hashmi. Senator Bell. And Senator Lewis.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
All right, I believe the senator from Northern Chesapeake has a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that all House legislation committed in the block be continued to the 2021 Special Session 1.
Is there a second? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Committee is adjourned.
Senator Deeds.
I call the Committee on Privileges and Elections to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Senator Howe. Senator Vogel. Senator Reeves. Senator Eben. Senator Ruff. Senator Spruill. Senator Peake. Senator McDougal. Senator Survell. Senator Mason. Senator McClellan. Senator Boysko. Senator Bell. Senator Donovan. Senator Deeds. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Here. I call on the senator from Eastern Fairfax County for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that all House legislation and committee in the block be continued to the 2021 Special Session Number 1.
Is there a second? All in favor of the motion say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're adjourned.
Senator Favola.
Good evening. I call the Rehab and Social Services Committee together. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Senator Hanger. Senator Locke. Senator McDougal. Senator Reeves. Senator Cosgrove. Senator Survell. Senator DeStaff. Senator McPike. Senator Spruill. Senator Mason. Senator Boysko. Senator Morrissey. Senator Kiggins. Senator Stewart. Senator Favola.
Thank you. I now call on the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, to make a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that all House legislation and committee in the block be continued to the 2021 Special Session 1.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Colleagues, we're moving the House bills into the the 2021 special session. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Anybody opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Rehab and Social Services is adjourned.
And Senator Howe.
I move that Senate Bill 1100, the budget bill, be continued to the 2021 special session 1. Second.
Just voice vote.
The clerk will call the roll. Will all in favor please say aye? Aye. Any opposed?
Senator Marsden.
Thank you. I call the Senate Transportation Committee to order. Clerk, would you call the roll?
Senator Newman. Senator Favola.
Aye.
Senator Cosgrove. Senator DeSteff. Senator Suderline. Senator McClellan. Senator Peake. Senator Boysko. Senator Obenshain. Senator Eben. Senator Serval. Senator McPike. Senator Spruill. Senator Stanley. And Senator Marsden. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. The Transportation Committee will recess for the next 30 minutes. No, let's forget that. I call on the Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that all House legislation in committee in the block be continued to the 2021 special session 1.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The motion carries. The committee is adjourned.
And that is it. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, may I rise for an announcement? You can all leave while I make this announcement. Madam Clerk, may I?
Yes.
Madam Clerk, for 1 more hour and 4 minutes is National Wear Red Day. And if you will recognize, there are many women in this room who are wearing red, and it is in honor of National Cardiovascular Disease and Heart Health Month for Women. And I just wanted to acknowledge that and thank everybody. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You can all move now. Finance is not meeting on Sunday. We will see you on Wednesday morning at 11. 11 o'clock, Wednesday morning. Have a nice long weekend.